Well, that's a good sign then.
Please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Friends and honored guests, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Friends and honored guests, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. It's the next frontier for global cooperation, economic opportunity, and American leadership. Space cuts across borders, politics, and generations with the shared pursuit of discovery. It drives innovation, expands markets, strengthens alliances, and shapes the future at unmatched scale. As space becomes increasingly multipolar, commercialized, and contested, the need for international cooperation has never been greater. Today's leaders aren't just launching satellites and missions, they're shaping rules, norms, and partnerships that will guide humanity beyond Earth. At the 2026 Space Diplomacy Forum, Shared Horizons, the public and private sectors have come together to navigate a rapidly evolving space domain. Because the future of space will not be built by one nation alone. It will be built by cooperation, trust, and a shared commitment to keeping space open, safe, and sustainable for all. At Meridian International Center, this is Space Diplomacy in action. Please welcome to the stage Meridian International Center Chairman Fred Hochberg.
Good afternoon. A little energy here. You're about the new frontier in space. We need a little energy. This is not a sleep class. Anyway, welcome to Meridian International Center. We were founded in 1960. A lot has changed here at Meridian. A lot has changed in diplomacy. And certainly a lot has changed in space exploration since 1960. Back then, as many of you know, the United States and the USSR were the only two real players in space. Today, there are over 70 countries that are involved in space exploration, satellites, launches, and the entire realm of space, and many of them are here today. In 1960, we were lagging behind the USSR. It caused a lot of consternation in this country. The USSR had already put a man into space, and they also followed with a woman shortly thereafter, I might add, ahead of us. It was not until 1961 when Alan Shepard, and I was in grade school, I remember that day. So a lot has changed since then. And I tried to marry together what...
Space, it isn't just a destination.
I guess I'm too early. Is that my cue to get off or to get on? A lot has changed since 1960. Diplomacy has changed. Once we thought about diplomacy, ambassadors wore a sash. It was on Embassy Row, foreign capitals in the United Nations. And today, that has changed. We think about diplomacy, and a term that we've used here at Meridian, open diplomacy, means that all of us, every single one of us, needs to engage. I ran a company for many years, and we talked about the marketing and sales department, and I said, you know who's in marketing? The person who answers the phone, the person who greets the person coming. We're all in marketing, and in some way, we're all involved with diplomacy. So it's the private sector, it's government, it's scientists, it's technologists, it's ethicists, it's academics. All of us have a role to play in the people-to-people engagement of diplomacy. And it both encourages us and it demands all of us to be thinking beyond ourselves, beyond our own, not beyond just our national interest, into the broader context, particularly when it comes to space. In 1960, it was often referred to as the Year of Africa. It was the year that 17 nations, 17 countries threw off the yoke of colonialism and became independent countries. That 19th century model of colonialization is over. And in some ways, as we look at space going forward, we're going to have to find new ways, not using a 19th century or a 20th century view, but new ways of how we talk about cooperation, how we find partnerships, and how we find ways to work together. So today, we're going to explore, we're going to exchange ideas. Hopefully we'll even argue a little bit. We'll have some differences of opinion that we can either resolve or realize we still need to resolve them, and find new ways to cooperate and grow. So before we start, I also would like to thank our sponsors. They are here in the room. There's the Aerospace Corporation, Center for Spatial Policy and Strategy, Axiom, Boeing, the Exploration Company, SES, a lot of initials, SLI, and VSAT are all sponsors of today's program. So I think I have our guest speaker I want to make sure he's in the room before I introduce him. I will wait a moment. So, talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be right back. Yeah, they need, right, exactly. He did not arrive here by space travel. All right, we're going to get started. We're going to restart. Our keynote speaker today, Jared Isaacman, many ways needs no introduction. If he does need an introduction, there's a problem. Either he's in the wrong room or you're in the wrong room, because he should not need any introduction. Jared Isaacman represents a completely updated view of space and NASA. Entrepreneurs, not just nations, are now shaping space exploration. Jared is nothing like his predecessors of the last 25 years. He's not a former member of Congress. He's not a previous NASA astronaut. He's not from the military, and he has no former government experience. But what he is an entrepreneur, and a young one at that. At 16, he founded a company called Shift 4. Later, he organized Inspiration 4, the first all-civilian orbital mission. And who did he bring along? Not astronauts, but a physician's assistant, a community college professor, and a data engineer. And that was the point, that civilians and all of us need to get involved. Only 3 months on the job, he is already expanding horizons of space beyond national boundaries and pushing us further to think more imaginatively and innovatively about space. So this is going to be a new era for new entrants, new perspectives, and more people involved. And his vision very much aligns with that of Meridian. So with that, let me turn it over quickly to our keynote speaker, Jared. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I was thinking, young entrepreneur, a lot of miles these days, and I'm quite sure if my hair is not gray in this job, it will be in the months, years ahead. We're staying busy. We are certainly staying very busy right now. So good morning. Thank you very much for having me here today. It is still good morning, right? Oh, good afternoon. A lot going on. It is absolutely a privilege to be here with government and industry leaders from around the world, and many of you are very interested and excited about what's coming next in space. So we are certainly entering a new era of space exploration shaped by growing capability, certainly expanding opportunity, and honestly very real geopolitical competition, something we haven't seen in a very long time. The difference today is that success and failure is not measured in years, but measured in months. That means we have to move with extreme urgency right now and focus our resources and, most importantly, execute. To meet the moment, President Donald Trump took the decisive step of establishing the Artemis program during his first term. He recognized very early that we are, in fact, in a new space race, and that coming in second is not an option. In fact, the day I was sworn into this position, he reaffirmed America's commitment to space superiority, giving NASA a very clear mandate and a focus to return to the moon and build a base so that this time, when we return, we stay. Thanks to the historic investment secured in the Working Families Tax Cut Act, commonly referred to as the One Big Beautiful Bill, NASA's received nearly $10 billion in support of that national imperative. The bipartisan commitment signed into law by President Trump gives us the resources to move forward, knowing American space superiority and leadership is on the line. So we have the presidential mandate, we have the resources, we certainly at NASA have the historical experience, we have plenty of hardware, and we have you, our international partners and industry partners. So why is this taking so long? Why does it cost so much, and what are we going to do about it? NASA can do and has done very amazing things, but as we took on dozens of externally imposed, what I refer to as times self-inflicted side quests, without real direction, we spread ourselves out very, very thin. We were distracted from the world-changing mission that American taxpayers have entrusted us with, and I'm proud to say that we've taken the first step in correcting that direction just this week. So we just wrapped up a 2-day event, it's actually still ongoing, that we called Ignition. We chose that name deliberately because it marked the moment when ideas turn into missions and when alignment turns into execution. At Ignition, we laid out a very clear path forward for NASA and how we will execute President Trump's vision for leadership in the high ground of space. We announced a set of changes to how NASA is going to operate and what we're going to prioritize. First, returning American astronauts to the moon. So in the days ahead, Artemis 2 will send American astronauts back into the lunar environment along with one Canadian Space Agency astronaut. We're going to go around the moon, picking up where Apollo left off more than a half century ago. From there, we're taking an iterative, step-by-step approach, launching moon rockets on an annual basis. In 2027, Artemis 3 will launch and test integrated systems in Earth orbit, and then Artemis 4 will take us back to the lunar surface in 2028. This is how NASA changed the world on July 20th, 1969, and it's how we're going to do it again. But this time, the goal is not flags and footprints. This time, the goal is to stay. So we are building an enduring presence on the lunar surface, a moon base, and we are doing it together. We are shifting architecture to prioritize operations on the lunar surface itself and focusing on infrastructure that enables long-term missions, such as habitation, power, communication, mobility, and logistics. This effort will unfold in phases, starting with large-scale experimentation, transitioning to semi-permanent infrastructure, and ultimately enabling a sustained presence. Beginning in 2027, we will initiate almost a monthly cadence of uncrewed robotic missions to the lunar surface, and we filled it with technology demonstrations for risk reduction and really all the science payloads we can possibly integrate. We will use lunar relay and observation satellites to bring the world along for the ride with us and follow our progress in almost near real time on NASA's moon base website. Phase 2 aims to support regular astronaut operations to the surface, hopefully every 6 months. We just put a demand signal out for that. Major contributions will begin to arrive during Phase 2, including JAXA's pressurized rover, which really is it's a mobile base on the surface of the moon. It's really a fantastic contribution. In Phase 3, we will take advantage of HLS's amazing mass-to-surface capabilities and see more major pieces of infrastructure arrive on the lunar surface. One example is Italy's proposed habitation module, which we're very excited about. And across every phase, international partnership is anticipated and it's essential. To that end, over 60 nations have signed the Artemis Accords, and we're bringing these signatories with us to the moon. The landmark agreement that began in 2020 during President Trump's first administration with 8 founding countries has since grown into a broad international coalition committed to responsible space exploration. Now, the Accords are the foundation for how we go forward in space together. They bring together an ever-growing coalition of like-minded nations and establish clear principles for transparency, interoperability, and peaceful exploration. This is how we ensure that as we return to the moon and beyond, we do it together, and we do it for all mankind. More than half of the Accord signatories were with us at the Ignition event just yesterday. I met with most of them this morning, and they all want to discuss how they can join in on this moon base endeavor. So from scientific instruments to tech demonstration and major pieces of infrastructure, our partners have capabilities they can bring and are ready to integrate them into the moon base. At the same time, we're maintaining and expanding our footprint in low Earth orbit. The International Space Station has served humanity well, but it will not operate forever. The transition to commercial platforms must be done carefully and collaboratively. We are supporting the development of commercial space stations while ensuring there is no gap in our human presence in low Earth orbit. This is an area where partnership will be critical, both to sustain operations and help shape a viable orbital economy. NASA cannot force an economy that does not exist, but we can certainly try and ignite one. And we intend to do exactly that with our partners. Science and discovery remain at the heart of NASA's mission. We're advancing flagship efforts like the Roman Space Telescope, which will launch later this year, and Dragonfly, which is one of my favorites, the nuclear-powered octocopter that's going to Titan in 2028, while expanding opportunities for collaboration through new missions, through rideshare programs and public-private partnerships like we're seeing Eric Schmidt and his family office do with major investments in major philanthropic investments in planetary science. The moon base itself will become an extraordinary platform for science with capacity for instruments and experiments from partners all around the world. And I was just talking to our Artemis Accord partners this morning about that we have, with so many landers and rovers going to the moon in the years ahead, we could raid the pantry at every one of the NASA centers and still not have enough science instruments to put on it. So what does that mean? It means students in universities across the nation right now and really across the world are going to work on hardware, instruments, that'll probably be on the moon in the next couple of years. It's pretty exciting, especially not just for the scientific and the potential from the tech development itself, but really the inspiration it serves. And we have one more thing that we also announced, which is the United States is finally going to get underway on nuclear power in space. NASA is building SR-1, Space Reactor 1 Freedom, a nuclear electric propulsion spacecraft that will launch in 2028 on a mission to Mars and deliver the Skyfall scientific payload of Ingenuity-class copters. This will demonstrate fission power in space and establish the foundation for a sustained cadence of nuclear missions. These capabilities will be essential for long-duration exploration, including future missions to Mars and the outer solar system. Now, none of this is possible without our partners and our workforce. The global space community represents an extraordinary concentration of talent, and we are committed to strengthening the connections between our teams. So this includes expanding opportunities for collaboration across the agencies, industry, and academia, and creating pathways for expertise to move more freely between them all. When we align our capabilities and move together, we achieve far more than any one nation can accomplish alone. Undertaking near impossible should be extremely difficult. It requires discipline, accountability, and a shared sense of urgency, but also requires trust that partners will deliver, that commitments will be honored, and that we're all working together to something bigger than any one individual program. And we're focused on outcomes. That is what Ignition represents. It's a commitment to focus, to execute, and again, deliver world-changing outcomes. We're going to do the near impossible, and we are going to do it together. The greatest days of exploration and discovery are certainly ahead of us, and we look forward to building that future alongside all of you. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Jeff Faust, Senior Staff Writer at Space News, astronaut Peggy Whitson, Vice President of Human Spaceflight at Axiom Space, His Excellency Salem Humaid Al-Mari, Director General at Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center of the United Arab Emirates.
Good afternoon. I think that's the first time I've had the NASA administrator as an opening act for a panel, so setting the bar high here. Good afternoon. I think most people are aware and would agree that the International Space Station has been one of the great achievements so far in the space age. And a lot of people focus on the technological and operational aspects of keeping a station permanently occupied now for more than 25 years. But there's also important political and diplomatic aspects of it. The ISS partnership has lasted for decades and has brought together a wide range of nations that have been able to work together despite changing geopolitical climates. Some people have even suggested that the ISS partnership should be considered for the Nobel Peace Prize. However, the ISS is not going to last forever. As soon as 2030, the station will be retired, will be replaced by commercial space stations. We're also seeing a push to return to the moon, as the administrator just talked about moments ago. So we're seeing that partnership is going to evolve in some way. And how can we retain the best aspects of that partnership, that diplomacy, in a new environment where there are more countries involved, more players, different ways of working together? And so we've got a great panel here to talk about that. And Peggy, I'll start with you. You've spent 695 days in space, both as a NASA astronaut and as a private astronaut on Axiom missions. You have firsthand experience with that ISS partnership. Give us a little appreciation of the value of that partnership, that ability to work together on the space station.
Well, it's an incredibly, as you said, a very important aspect of what we've gained out of that 25 years so far and counting of relationships on board in space. I've always said I think that international partnership will be the legacy of the ISS, but we are continuing that now. And that's actually what's really exciting for me working at Axiom Space is as we transition to commercial space, how are we going to continue that international diplomacy and relationship? And I think we're doing a great job. We've flown people from 11 countries in 4 missions in 4 years. We've conducted research for over 160 investigations, and even on just Axiom 4, we had 31 countries represented in those scientific endeavors on that one 20-day mission. So it's incredible what I think we can accomplish and transition to in the future.
So for the Director General, UAE is not part of the official ISS partnership, but the UAE has been involved in space station operations. Emiratis have flown to the space station. Sort of what is your perspective of the value of the ISS partnership looking sort of from the outside?
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And of course, I don't have 695 days of experience, so we value that. But, we've had 2 missions to the International Space Station, and one of them was a short duration mission for about a week. And the next one was what we would call a mega mission for us, which was a full increment of 6 months, including an EVA. And we saw value in both of these missions exponentially, I think. And the way I'll describe that is, with our short duration mission, that was sort of our Yuri Gagarin moment, where it's, our first mission to space. We saw the value of the ISS and how all of the partners are working together, how the operations work, how the science works, and we sort of got a taste of that. And then we worked for 5 years to really grow our astronaut corps, so we have 4 that we selected, train them effectively over a 5-year period, and then send them on a meaningful mission, which we did with Sultan and Niadi for a 6-month duration mission. And that mission really we focused on what we can do in terms of science, the operations, how we can be an active player in the ISS without actually being a signatory of the IGA. And I think that was a model of what you can do even though you have not built and created the station. So we saw the value there, and I think from there it really went bigger towards that the UAE wants to be part of these international collaborations, and we shifted towards active deep participation in Artemis, and that's obviously what we're doing at this stage. So I think the value of ISS for us was really to showcase that if we do things together internationally, we can do a lot more together.
So looking ahead to that post-ISS future, what aspects, lessons learned from that ISS partnership do you want to retain in an era where we'll have potentially multiple commercial space stations in operation?
Well, I think obviously having those international relationships and fostering them and expanding on them is going to be really important. So we take those lessons learned from the ISS and expand on them. Much as we've done in the Axiom missions so far, I really see it as something that we have huge potential to grow on. Obviously, we've learned a lot over the years, not just in diplomacy, but in operations, and what it takes to build that international partnership is a lot of times the actual operations. You have to build that trust and that professionalism and the working together part that makes those international relationships stand up the test of time.
And so what, you've had experience now both on the long duration missions as a NASA astronaut on the ISS and then on Axiom Space, the commercial missions. What were some of the differences in terms of putting together, for example, in the Axiom missions, putting together, that international crew and, getting the most out of a relatively limited time on the station?
Well, I found it really interesting and exciting, and during the NASA missions, I worked and trained in all over the world, in all the different countries that were collaborating as part of the International Space Station. So it involved a lot of travel, but it was still worth it because you got to see how different cultures worked, how they prioritized their training, how their operations differed, and it just gave a perspective that was really important, I think, for that international collaboration and the diplomacy that's required. I think it's the advantage of being in space is that you have more of what I would call the space culture. We're not as much different, each of us, of course, is representing our country, but we are a team, and we work together as a team to make each mission successful. The mission doesn't work if we're not all successful. So I think that attitude and that development has helped me going to Axiom to build teams that actually, our sole purpose when we go in, it's going to be, we have an integrated mission. And everybody's country priorities are going to be met, but we have an integrated mission. And I think that mindset is really important for our future.
What is the UA thinking about in terms of using some of these commercial space stations that are being planned for operation in the coming years?
Yeah, I think, we've seen the plans that were announced yesterday and in the ignition event. And a big part of that is how, what is happening after the International Space Station and the ISS. And the ISS has been truly, I think, as you mentioned, it's a one-of-a-kind project. And we're always looking at what's next. And I think the model that we've seen is that commercial players can come in and maybe develop their own space stations and have them orbiting on their own, something similar to what we see with VAST. Or there could be a model where you sort of transition from the ISS itself and have modules linked to that. I think either way for us, the focus that we're looking at is this a destination that we can go to and conduct our science? I think what Peggy mentioned about working internationally with teams, that also has a key element for us, because when you're working in operations with people on the ground, that's where, first of all, you really learn, you build your capabilities, and you build trust. So I think that is also a very valuable part of having a space station. So when there's many entities or many countries involved in a space station, you get that by default. So these are things that we're looking at, but what I see happening is there might be sort of this public-private partnership and sort of transitioning to that where you'll have government astronauts alongside private astronauts working for the benefit of humanity. I think that is a model where it's sustainable and not all of the, let's say, burden of operations and cost is on the government or the private sector.
So are there specific things that you would like to do on a commercial space station in terms of research, in terms of inspiration for the next generation, technology development, or do you have sort of like specific priorities and how they would fit into some of these commercial stations?
Yeah, I think when we look at, what are our objectives when we are going to space, one element is, of course, that we have astronauts that we've selected. We want them to be trained, and we want them to get operational experience in space. They, of course, become leaders in their own right. I think when we look at some examples from our astronauts, one of them was assigned as a minister. So at the end of the day, you create inspirational leaders for youth of the country. So that's one element. But the other element is linking up with all of our universities, our research centers, our science base of what potential technologies we can develop for microgravity research, what can we do as research using existing systems. And that is something that we built up over the past 10 years. Today we have several centers in our universities dedicated to microgravity research, and we try to link it with our missions, and of course mission agnostic as well. So there's the science element of it. Inspiration is key, and I think what I would say, if we have 5 pillars, one of them is inspiring the next generation, kids, youth, and we spend a lot of time, effort, and money on seeing how we can keep the youth and let's say the new generation engaged into what we're doing. Inspiring them, I think, is a key objective, and the best way to do it is through human space flight and those elements. And I think the fourth element is actual technologies that we're developing to improve life or to sustain life in space help us here on Earth. And that's one element of why we looked at something like developing the airlock for the Gateway space station around the moon. Because at the end of the day, when you're involved in these very high-tech, complex systems, and you're developing technologies that maybe haven't been developed or used before, that really does, first of all, upskill our engineering capabilities, but also it can spin off to something beneficial for Earth. So these are kind of the goals that we look at when we're looking at human spaceflight. I think that definitely transitions to commercial space stations. And if they should be able to meet those objectives of, as a bare minimum of what you would want when you go to a government or commercial space station to do your activities.
So Peggy, how does that compare to what you're hearing from other countries in terms of what they would like to do on a station, and how is that in turn shaping what Axiom Station will be able to do?
Yeah, I think a lot of the countries, especially the smaller ones that don't have much space infrastructure in their countries, are really hoping to use the missions to stimulate a space economy in their countries. And by having that spaceflight exposure, it helps to do that. I know in particular Hungary and Poland were particularly interested in that. Obviously, India had a bigger infrastructure already in place, but it did stimulate and attract the attention of the population. Again, all of that is important for the overall country's belief and moving forward in the technological advancements, as well as that international relations perspective.
And then in terms of how these relationships would work, I know a lot of countries want to make sure that what they invest comes back into their country in some way, in terms of how do you work with the countries to ensure that they get what they feel is a good return on their investment?
Yeah, obviously having a good return on your investment is what commercial entities are about, and we have to have smart ways to ensure that we are doing that. We also have to have smart ways to ensure that we are providing access to space in new and different ways that will invite more people rather than fewer people into the inner circle of space flight. So I think as we progress and expand, I think the government and commercial entities will cooperate to get the job done for whatever a particular government might want or need from a particular mission. And I think that's, at Axiom, we've done a great job of that, trying to prioritize each country's objectives, at the same time making the whole mission a success.
Going beyond low Earth orbit, the future of the ISS partnership was originally planned to be the Gateway. The partnership would cooperate on developing the Gateway. The UAE decided to join the Gateway by developing the airlock. Maybe you can talk about why you chose to participate in the Gateway and make that particular contribution to it.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think when you look at the success of the International Space Station, and I think one of the projects of the century, and when you look at the impact of it, what the UAE was looking at is we have access to the ISS, but as a user. But when we see potentially what's next over the next 10 or 20 years, the future is going towards the moon, as we've heard from Jared Isaacman, and as we've seen over the past decade. And really, looking at what's post-ISS, for us it was typically something like an international collaboration around a space station called Gateway. And so we worked with our partners on identifying a need for the station, as well as an area that we can develop our skill set and contribute, and of course get benefits through that collaboration. So really that was what we were looking at, and I think that is very valid today in terms of what we've heard from NASA yesterday. When we're obviously transitioning away from Gateway as a concept, but transitioning to very high cadence missions on the surface of the moon, multiple opportunities for many countries to come in and collaborate, invest, work together on surface operations, whether it's whatever it may be. I think that is the same concept, the same idea, that we're doing something together and collaborating with many people to go further. And I think even the kind of this transition to focusing on surface operations over the next 5 years does also give a lot of opportunities for smaller countries that potentially have lesser capabilities to actively participate. So we'll see even wider international collaboration on the new plan that was announced yesterday.
Do you see any specific opportunities that you might pursue on the lunar base that NASA is talking about doing, given some of your capabilities? For example, you've built small lunar rovers.
Yes, I mean, we've definitely been thinking about this for a while, and there are multiple opportunities that we're looking at. So when you look at kind of the phasing of what NASA has presented, you know, there's phase one, more kind of short-term elements. We're looking at our rover suite, so Rashid Rover 2, Rashid Rover 3. They're already, in our mind, part of that concept of sending robotic rovers to the surface, doing specific science and exploration to benefit that overall understanding of what we'll do on the moon. So that's already something we are doing. Phase two, of course, now we're studying this, and I think one thing that the UAE does quite well is that we can pivot, we can study elements, we deeply look at it, and then we can move or pivot very quickly to what we see is in our national benefit. And so that's what we'll be doing over the next couple of months to see where we can actually contribute actively into in this overall system, with, of course, the dream in the mind that we would like to have Emirati astronauts on the surface of the moon. That's something that I think, you know, when we are able to do that, that is a dream for us and a dream for the region as well.
You know, what level of interest has there been in the UAE about participate first in the Gateway and now in the lunar surface? Are the students excited? Is there public interest in getting involved in something that had previously been considered something only the big superpowers had done?
I think previously, obviously, when we're talking about over the last decade and what we've seen, you know, these types of things maybe in the region were looked at. This is something for superpowers, bigger countries. But I think we've shown the way in the kind of model that we've adapted in cooperating with NASA or other international partners that there is a model and a pathway where we can really be active and achieve these objectives. The level of interest from the UAE is all the way from the top, the leadership, all the way to, I would say, newborns, because when we get newborns, when we have a space mission, the hospitals give them free spacesuits for kids. So we had a couple of hundred newborn astronauts, and then we have interest all the way up to the leadership, where when our astronauts are coming back from long space missions, His Highness the President of the UAE is the one that is welcoming them home. So I think interest across, we see it everywhere, and really it's been a huge impact on even the mentality. So one of our very influential ministers mentioned to us that when he was a kid, you know, people were dreaming of being a policeman, maybe a soldier, maybe a footballer. Those were the ideas of, you know, what kids were thinking they would want to be when they get older. Today, a lot of them are thinking they want to be astronauts. So I think, you know, not all of them can be astronauts, but at least they'll go into engineering, science, technology, and mathematics, and we've seen an uptick in people, especially women, going into those fields in the UAE. At the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center, about 50% of our engineering team is young Emirati women. So I think that shows you that with these objectives or with these missions, you can really inspire a lot of people to go into this field.
So Peggy, when you're talking some of the other countries that are working, want to work with Axiom Station, are you hearing similar interest about seeing that as maybe a springboard towards the moon or elsewhere?
Not specifically the moon, but I think definitely all of them are looking at it as a springboard for access to space, for developing space economies, developing space technologies within their country. They're very interested in developing their countries to be active participants in space. And I think the lunar options are going to be opening up to them as well. And it'll be even more incentive for folks to want to cooperate and fly.
One of the big questions about this future exploration out to the moon and beyond is what sort of, you know, governance structures we're going to have. We had back in 2020 the Artemis Accords. The administrator mentioned that UAE was one of the first countries to sign along with the United States. What value did you see in joining the Artemis Accords as being one of the original signatories?
Yeah, so I think, the Artemis Accords, that's led by our space agency, and we have His Excellency, the Minister, who's in charge of that, with Salim Butley, the head of the space agency. But we see a lot of value there. I think, first of all, it's telling everybody that, this is the way we intend to explore the moon. We intend to do it collaboratively. We don't intend to do any harm, etc. And obviously, the reasons we're doing it are for scientific exploration purposes. And I think that was the springboard for us to kind of take those agreements and as a kind of concept of how we're going to explore the moon, and then use that signature to springboard to actually active participation in the Artemis program by signing agreements for the rovers or for the Gateway airlock. So for us, I think it really acted as a very strong bridge of, this is the way we will explore, and this is the result of that. And I think that's what we'll use going forward as well. When we see yesterday's announcement in Ignite, everything there is encompassed in the Artemis Accords. And then when you see 60 countries there, and I see the interest even today and yesterday from nations that maybe don't have active moon exploration programs, that they feel now, by signing the Artemis Accords and being active in Artemis, they can actually have their hardware or people eventually on the surface of the moon. So I think it's been a very good springboard for us.
Peggy, what value do you see in sort of the Artemis Accord sort of having rules of the road for space operations in a future where there are more people, more satellites, more activity in space?
Well, I think it's great for everybody to integrate the rules and the plan and understand kind of the pathway of where we're going. As an operator myself, I'm much more interested in actually how we're going to put the pieces together. That's what I focus on, and how do we integrate operations? How do we integrate training? How do we integrate all the piece parts that are necessary for a successful mission? So, I think it's there. The pathway to get there is important. So, obviously, I think the Artemis Accords were very important.
Any concerns about any sort of conflicts with, say, China? China has its own IRS similar to Artemis Accords, trying to develop their own rules of the road. Just sort of, what dangers you see of maybe not getting along in space?
Well, I hope that the perspective of space keeps people in tune with that this is humanity doing this, and we are doing it as humanity and together, even if there are different platforms that we work from. I see the future of commercial space having multiple platforms, multiple ways, and multiple objectives for different platforms. So I think it's possible to have two different platforms and to work in space cooperatively. I think it's more important that we work as one, as humanity.
What role do you see the UAE playing in sort of working within the region in terms of providing an example, working with other countries in the region on some of these space activities, whether it's in low Earth orbit, on the moon, or elsewhere?
Yeah, I think the UAE has sort of maybe created a new model of how you can start a space program. So we're relatively new. I think this year in February, we as a center celebrated 20 years of our establishment. And in those 20 years, we've sort of gone into 5 main areas. And I think that is a model of how you can do maybe big space programs, but in a different way, maybe a different cost level and a different amount of people working on. And we're working very closely with regional partners, alongside also the UAE Space Agency, with countries in the region. So we work with countries like Bahrain, where we launch joint missions, but also we had a very good agreement with our Bahraini colleagues to have them on board our rover to the moon. So what we're saying is that we don't all have to build rovers. We don't all have to build the same satellites and repeat those things. We can learn from them, they can learn from us, and we can go together to do things better. And I think we have that model now happening. We see also human spaceflight has come back very strong. So when we kicked off our program a decade ago, the idea was that we haven't seen Arabs in space for about 30 years. And we want people from the region to be back in space, but we want to go sustainably. So if we're going to build a program, we're going to focus on the people, training them, building them, and then since we've done that, we've seen a lot of interest in the region. We've seen, obviously, astronauts from Saudi Arabia back again. We're working with them. We see also countries in the Middle East really interested in human spaceflight, whereas maybe before it was thought of, as you mentioned, maybe that's not for us, or maybe that's a luxury. You know, why are we sending humans to space when we should be focusing on clean water or something like that? And I think now people are starting to see that, you know, this is really beneficial to us, beneficial to our people, and there is a model for the region that we can sort of work with our partners here, or we can do it differently than others.
So Peggy, how's that square with what you're hearing with other countries in terms of wanting to work together, maybe partnering together to do something joint on Axiom Station, for example?
Oh, we're hearing a lot about that. A lot of folks are interested in providing scientific racks or even modules to add to Axiom Station. So there's, you know, just huge potential for future collaborations and co-development of different aspects of whatever mission we have going on.
All right, good. Let's maybe look ahead a little bit. Let's look towards 2040 or so. By that point, the ISS will have been retired. We will presumably have multiple commercial space stations, presence on the moon. Sort of maybe give your vision of what you expect to see in 2040 in space, and what sort of diplomatic structures will be in place to enable that.
Well, I hope we have gone further than just human presence. I hope we have taken the next step and we are living there, working there, providing products back to Earth, you know, doing new scientific research on the lunar surface and testing new hardware there, maybe mining other things, you know, to process. That development, I think, is really important for us in space. And I'm really excited about what those years might offer us.
Yeah. And is there anything that, you know, you think needs to be in place in terms of policies or international relationships or anything like that to enable that kind of future?
Well, I definitely think we will exist on international relationships. It's the only way that we're going to do this effectively and sustainably is to have those international relationships. I'm probably not the best policy person to ask, but you know, I think any policies that help that expansion in space, the innovation and the collaboration needed for allowing commercial entities to be partners with government entities is going to be really important for the future.
And from the UAE perspective?
Yeah, I think when we look at, it's not that long, you know, 2040, so what I would like to see is, you know, we're surviving and thriving on the surface of the moon and starting towards goals of how can we do something similar to Mars. Or at least by that time we've seen the first human boots on the surface of Mars, and we're starting to transition from really what we saw as a vision of a human village or settlement on the surface of the moon, and starting the first footsteps for that on planet Mars.
And what, you know, in this post-ISS era without the ISS partnership, what do you think needs to exist to sort of enable that from a diplomatic standpoint?
Yeah, I think, you know, do we need another kind of IGA? Possibly, but not necessarily. I think for some, you know, in situations where you want sort of a commitment and you want multiple countries to develop something that's really interlinked, it could be a good model if we have something like that. Or there could be agreements, you know, country-to-country agreements, as we did with the United States. So I think there are, you know, both models work, but I think a combination of, you'd have some core sort of IGA-style agreements that would encompass main partners, and then other players that want to have activities but are not part of that agreement can kind of slot in, exactly as we did with the Lunar Gateway model. So I think kind of a hybrid approach to those two types.
So down here to the last 85 seconds and counting here. So again, you've brought us the vision of what might look like in 2040. Sort of what are you most looking forward to in the coming years in space?
Personally, I look forward to, you know, what we can offer the Earth. I feel like the scientific investigations that we've done, even as recently as in the last Axiom mission, has the potential to really help people on Earth with new cancer treatment therapies. And I'm really excited about what we can offer back to the people on Earth.
I'm excited about boots back on the moon. So when we see, the last time that happened, I wasn't alive. So I want to be alive for this one. So I'm excited to see that.
I think we all want to be alive for that, and hopefully we won't have to wait very long for that to happen. So thank you for your time and attention.
Please welcome to the stage Dr. Brian Whedon, Director of Civil and Commercial Policies at the Center for Space Diplomacy and Strategy at the Aerospace Corporation, Valda Vikmanis, Director of the Office of Space Affairs at the U.S. Department of State, and Jaysha Ray, Associate Administrator for International Affairs, NTIA, U.S. Department of Commerce.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Great to see everybody. Thank you for coming out for the event. You know, when you think of space diplomacy, and particularly what the U.S. government is focused on for priorities, you hear a lot of the usual suspects: Europe, Japan, Canada. You don't often hear Africa as a priority, as a key area or region of the world where the U.S. is engaged in space diplomacy. But that is changing. And that is the topic we're going to talk about today on this panel. We're going to go into a little bit about why it has changed, what's driving that, what's been going on, because there's actually, I think, a lot of things that haven't got as much public attention maybe as they should have that has been happening, and what to look forward in the future. And I'm joined by two of the people that are making it happen, leaders from the Department of State and from NTIA, who are doing a lot of these activities. So, Valda, I'm going to start with you. And what has changed in the last few years to where Africa now is something the U.S. government is focused on as a region to engage with?
So good afternoon, everybody. Thanks, Brian. Thanks for Meridian for once again pulling together this amazing opportunity to speak. You're right, a lot has changed. And I think the last couple of years have really seen a reset in our relationship with our partners in Africa, and I think that is largely driven by commercial diplomacy and the recognition that there's an opportunity for really mutually beneficial partnerships. We have seen a huge growth in the African market, and I want to get these numbers right. African space market currently valued at over 24 billion, expected to reach 39 billion by 2030. That in and of itself is reason enough, I think, to increase our engagement and look for opportunities. By 2050, Africa will have a quarter of the globe's population. Again, now is the time to start robust engagement across the board. We're focused on space here today. I would say that our approach to partnership with our African partners is based on sort of a pragmatic premise. It needs to be mutually beneficial. We recognize the dynamism of the African market, the potential that is there, and really looking for opportunities to harness this for commercial diplomacy to benefit both our country, our companies, our commercial space sector, but that also benefits our African partners. We have really strong and capable partners in Africa already. There is a lot being done with Earth observation, the data that comes from that. So it's just a market that is ripe for further engagement and partnership. I will note, and Administrator Isaacman spoke about it in his introductory remarks, I was fortunate enough to be at the NASA rollout of the exploration plan, and I'm sure everybody has read about it in the news, other reporting. It is, I can't imagine a better time for us now to be talking to our African partners. We had the representatives from Senegal, Angola, and Rwanda who flew in for the event yesterday. We have 61 Artemis Accord signatories right now from the original 8. It is very clear from what the administrator said that there are opportunities for our Artemis partners, whether those are advanced spacefaring nations, whether those are emerging space nations. There is a real opportunity now to engage in a way that is meaningful. People always ask, you know, the Accords are a great thing, and there's been a lot of value that has come from that, but this is a very tangible, you know, I think the signal is you're coming to the moon with us if you want to. So very exciting. And then finally, I would say that I think Africa has been a real leader, some of our African partners, on talking about things like or partnering with us on discussions about what does space sustainability look like, what does space governance look like, et cetera. So for all of these reasons, I think there is a recognition that now is the time, and we really are expending a tremendous amount of energy and effort on this.
Yeah, I know from my own experience working in the UN COPUOS, there, you know, there's a broader set of countries, including Africa, that have been engaged in those discussions, but have not always been participants in space, but they engage in discussions. And now there's an opportunity to both, right? To both be engaged in those governance discussions and be involved in the actual activities.
Absolutely, and I would say that that is very true. And I think that the voices that we hear, we have 4 African signatories, the 3 I mentioned, plus Nigeria. Those countries, when we have an opportunity in the Accords to have some of these conversations, that discussion then feeds into places like COPUOS.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, Jaysha, turning to you, you know, NTI is part of the Department of Commerce. You've got a different set of activities that are going on related to commercial space opportunities, regulatory cooperation. Can you talk about what you are doing and the department is doing in regard to Africa engagement?
Absolutely. There are many different parts of the Commerce Department engaged in this arena. First of all, we have NTIA, the principal advisor to the president on telecommunications and information policy issues. And we are hyper engaged on the spectrum front, managing spectrum for the US government. But spectrum is a global resource. And so as a result, we are constantly engaging both internationally and around the world in venues like the International Telecommunication Union, or ITU, and by extension, the African Telecommunications Union. We also have the Office of Space Commerce, or OSC, and they're actively working to foster the conditions for economic growth and technological development, and leading on a wide range of issues for the Commerce Department, and you'll be hearing more on that front from Taylor Jordan later today. And then both NTIA and OSC work very closely with our sister agency, the International Trade Administration, who is also doing its part to promote space and space connectivity worldwide. Now, to get to your question on where specifically in Africa are some of our priorities at a broad level, we're really working to promote policy and regulatory environments in Africa that encourage that healthy competition and an equal footing for US vendors. We're working to lay the groundwork, we're working to matchmake, and then helping our companies compete overseas. On space issues, we're helping the US satellite industry, both on issues related to spectrum, but also market access, and then helping them reach their targets in markets around the world, but especially right now in Africa. That is, as Valdo mentioned, a key priority. And then another priority is fostering the conditions for trade. There's also spaceflight safety considerations. I'll get to that a little more later. And then finally, we are getting on planes and going out and engaging around the world. We're going to be traveling with our State Department colleagues to the new Space Africa conference coming up in Gabon next month, and we're going to be racking up the frequent flyer miles. Thank you.
actual diplomacy. That's great, you know, traveling, see the world. So, Valda, you mentioned a little bit about kind of what the priorities are. What has been going on over the last, let's say, year that you'd really want to highlight that people may not have noticed or may not have seen in terms of engagements?
Okay, so one of the things I want to do, I want to start out by giving a shout out to, I don't know if he's in the audience, Sean Carver from the Africa Bureau at the State Department. Yeah. All right, okay. And I would have worn a better suit, but here's why. So, as I said in my first answer, right, we've been focusing on what we can do to engage more with our African partners. That has obviously involved significant engagement with our interagency partners, with our commercial partners, but it also has required that we within the State Department are closely synced up and aligned with our regional bureaus. And Sean has been a real champion in that and helped move the ball forward significantly. And one of the things that he and Eric Nam in the Space Affairs Office have done, which I think has been very well received, is we've started these U.S.-Africa technical and regulatory training series. And that's meant to bring together on sort of a periodic basis experts from within the USG to speak to our Africa partners on a whole host of issues that they may be interested in, whether it's spectrum management, licensing, cybersecurity, et cetera. So I think that's been an excellent and very sort of concrete, pragmatic first step. The other important, I think, effort or focus that we've undertaken is we've really encouraged our African partners to think about creating sort of their own indigenous capability, capacity to build that up. We are always happy to serve as, provide technical advice, guidance, feedback. We'd love to do that, but we really have sort of stressed that it's important that it's an indigenous capability that they develop and are able to sustain. That's what we would like to support. That's what we'd love to see happen. There are other countries who will roll in and offer a lot of new buildings and shiny, you know, roll in and offer a whole host of inducements or incentives. I would argue that a lot of those are actually not as, you know, nothing is free. It's
not as free as they seem?
Nothing is free. It's not as free as it seems. I think long-term it does not help build that sustainability, that indigenous capacity. So that's another, we want to be the partner of choice. We want to be the partner that is transparent, that helps develop and sustain the capacity of our African partners. We, of course, as Jaysha said, will be going to New Space Africa again this year. This is our third year attending. I think the only one we have missed was the first year, the inaugural year. Every year we go, the U.S. delegation, I think, is more robust. We have more meaningful engagements, more meetings. I certainly don't see that changing anytime in the near future, so I look at that as a really positive advancement. And then we have at the State Department something we call PODs, Partnership Opportunity Delegations. We have international visitor leadership programs, IVLPs. All of these offer an opportunity for us either to bring our commercial sector to a country and make connections, facilitate introductions, or bring participants from other countries here to the U.S. to meet with a broad swath of interagency partners. So that's all. Let me see what else I'm forgetting. I think those are the big things. And of course, we are always trying to expand our Artemis Accord signatories. I don't think that we have 4 African nations who are signatory members. They are also they are the best voice, the best proponents, the best advocates and cheerleaders for the Accords. They are doing a tremendous job at that. So looking forward to a continued growth in that Accords family as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great. And Jaysha, similar question to you from NTI, from Commerce. You know, as you're working with U.S. industry and Africa partners on more commercial space ties, are there particular sectors where you see the most growth potential or potential for engagement?
Yeah, first is really the satellite connectivity piece. Africa has a very young and growing population, and so their demand for satellite connectivity is expanding so rapidly. And so at NTIA, where our work on spectrum coordination is really central to enable these operations and ensure the market access for US companies to meet that need. We're also engaging on that front by sharing best practices on digital infrastructure policies and regulations, because really that strong common regulatory foundation is really critical to enable US and African companies to thrive. And in the ITU specifically, we're pursuing capacity building and sharing best practices on low Earth orbit satellites, on direct-to-device satellite and mobile services integration, and future space-based communications. I'm also pleased to announce that NTIA is partnering with the U.S. Telecommunications Training Institute, or USTTI, to organize a training coming up this May in Ghana. And we're going to be focused on satellite connectivity for African policy and regulatory decision makers to really promote regulatory environments that promote satellite connectivity, including for low Earth orbit satellite systems. And so these trainings are really going to highlight the incredible benefits of satellite innovation. And so we hope that this will also strengthen our diplomacy within Africa, but also beyond. And we also hope it will help our participants prepare for the very important upcoming World Radio Communications Conference in 2027, which will have a huge focus on space and satellite issues. Another key sector, as Africa is really expanding their space capabilities and launch capabilities, they're going to need space traffic coordination. And so the Office of Space Commerce is now piloting the Traffic Coordination System for Space, or TRACS, which will provide spaceflight safety services to spacecraft operators around the world. And this system is providing services to 17 pilot users, and OSC has even opened a waitlist, which is available on the website, so that other interested satellite owners and operators and countries can get in the queue to join TRACS. And so in addition, TRACS is also planning to implement national government accounts in the near future, which will also allow governments to sign up for a read-only account that allows them to view the safety situation of all spacecraft affiliated with their country, whether government or private, and really helping the government to get key insights into the spaceflight safety situation. And they've adopted a data policy that emphasizes openness and transparency and enables this international coordination. And the track system will eventually make spacecraft catalog information openly available on its website, which will be available to operators, researchers, and entrepreneurs really in any country, including Africa, so that they can better understand their spaceflight safety situation.
Yeah, and I think the timing of that TRACS is really important. There's now within UN Community Peace Outer Space, there's now a new expert group on space situational awareness, where you've now got 105 countries talking about the importance of SSA, how do we do better coordination. So I think that the timing of that is pretty darn good.
Absolutely.
So as we wrap up here, we've got a couple minutes left. Valda, what do you see as coming up next? What are the future activities or future issues you see related to the next steps in U.S.-Africa engagement?
So we'll continue our technical exchange. Oh, thank you. We'll continue our technical dialogues that we do with our colleagues in the AF Bureau. We will continue, along with our colleagues at NASA, promoting, along with our current African signatories, we'll continue to promote the Accords. We will be at New Space Africa. We will have our bilateral meetings with our interagency partners. We will continue to talk to our U.S. commercial sector, the most vibrant in the world. They are fantastic partners. We will continue to hear from them, what they need, what we can do to facilitate their engagement on the African continent, and we will make ourselves available to our African partners wherever they are in their space journey, to help them develop policies, regulations, et cetera. We'll remain the partner of choice. We will encourage them to model their rules, regs, policies on the U.S. model. It will ultimately make it so much easier as they ramp up their space ecosystem to work with the U.S. space industry, if they have used if they've followed the template that the U.S. has followed. So we will continue doing all of these things.
Jason, anything else you want to add?
Well, I'll put in another plug for our big USTTI training in Ghana in May. There's also another ITU meeting around the corner, the Plenipotentiary Conference, and that will cover a range of policy approaches for new and emerging communications technologies, including space. And that will be in the lead up to the World Radio Communications Conference, which I cannot emphasize the importance of that major event with a huge focus on space and spectrum. I'll also put in a plug for ITA's foreign commercial service officers around the world, particularly in Africa, engaging constantly in our African hubs, and on our resource for all of you and your industry to work with as well.
Yeah, I think I saw somewhere that something like 60% of the agenda items at the next work are space-related, which again, this is the World Radio Communication Conference across all of the IT telecommunications, yet space is dominating, which is crazy. I think I'll close just by re-emphasizing how much of a change this is from several years ago, let alone 10 years ago. When the UN COPUOS started talking about the long-term sustainability guidelines, that started as a discussion really among the space powers, the rich countries, Europe, Japan, America, Russia, China. And I remember talking to some of the countries from Africa and elsewhere who were saying, well, why should we care, right? We aren't users of space. That has totally changed, right? You know, they use space, even if they didn't realize at the time, they're increasingly using space, and now they're going to be active in space, which is a huge change. So anyways, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking the panelists.
Please welcome to the stage Nneka Achapu, Principal and Chief Executive Officer, Asha Strategies, founder of Skyward Africa, Dr. Zolana Zhao, Director, Angola National Space Program Management Office, Matt Pettit, Mission Lead, Vannevar Labs, Director for African Affairs at the National Security Council from 2022 to 2023, and Rama Afulo, Chief Executive Officer, Satellite.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, Meridian, for convening this critical conversation. Africa is no longer emerging in the global space conversation. It is actively shaping it. We're looking at a sector exceeding $22 billion on the continent. The real story here isn't the number, it is the shift. From consumption to sovereignty, from participation to positioning, African governments, engineers, entrepreneurs, and a diaspora serving as a bridge, connecting talent, capital, and market across borders. Who builds, who benefits, and who leads will determine whether this ecosystem becomes truly innovative. For the continent and for the global partners, we will be talking today with our esteemed lineup of speakers today to look and explore at what it looks like in practice. We're pleased today to be joined by Dr. Zolana Joao, who's built Angola's National Space Program and is leading the continent's most consequential regional satellite effort. We also have Rama Afulo, AI-driven satellite infrastructure leader, scaling technology across demanding commercial environments. And we also have Matt Pettit, with nearly 2 decades of US foreign policy and national security experience and significant time on African affairs at state and the National Security Council. Welcome, everyone. From where you sit, what are the most compelling opportunities right now, and where do you see international partnerships generally supporting Africa's space ambitions? That would be for you, Doctor.
For me?
Yes.
Sorry. Hi, all, and thank you, Meridian. I'm so sorry if I'm a little bit slow. I was stuck in Houston due to partial government shutdown. I don't want to tell the rest of the story. So I'm still trying to recover. No, Nyeka, thank you so much for the question. I always say, and based on my experience, that we have to tackle the real problems of the continent. There are plenty, but there are at least three that is common for the 55 countries in the continent. First of all, connectivity. We, out of 1.4 billion Africans, 800 million of them are not connected to the internet. That's scary. It means whatever policy we do in Africa, especially in the area of digital transformation, fourth industrial revolution, at least we're saying that 38% of people, only those can access to this. The second one, very quickly, has to do with 60% of Africans, they depend on agriculture to survive. When we have problem with drought and other climate challenges, they are affected. And the third one, Africa still holds the 30% of land, world land, and natural resources. So if you want to work with Africa or develop any space cooperation and you are not tackling three of these things, you are missing out. I think the opportunities are where the big challenges are. For instance, I think Starlink was very smart on seeing this problem. They have one of the largest connectivity satellite network in the world for these reasons. I believe, truly, just to finalize to your question, we have to focus where the problems are. Normally, I see people focus on technology. We should be focusing on impact. Doesn't matter if you're just sending satellites out there, but if you're not making impact, it will be a challenge to have any type of opportunities there. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt, any thoughts?
You're seeing me nod my head a lot because I agree with the doctor on every single point here. I recently published a paper with the Atlantic Council with my former National Security Council colleague and current Vice President at VALAR, Maureen Farrell, where we argue from the US side, now there is absolutely an explicit strategic imperative to engage with Africa on space issues. Now, from the US policy perspective, the frame right now is competition with China. To put things in less diplomatic terms, China's cleaning our clock diplomatically in Africa. You're seeing them handing over ground stations that they built 25 years ago. Windhoek just had an Earth observation station handed over just a few weeks ago. You're seeing them helping bring in African space agencies to help with their ILRS mission. You're seeing training and other opportunities across the continent that, even though our esteemed guests from the last panel talked about, we are not able to keep up with. Now, where the US government, or I'd say the United States, has a comparative advantage is the commercial space sector. China's commercial space sector is nowhere near the capability in commercial satellite arrays. It doesn't have the same launch capabilities. The United States and allied partners all over the world have better infrastructure, better talent, and better technology right now. That can be offered to Africa in more equitable arrangements that get to what Dr. Joao is talking about. African countries right now have an extremely poignant and perfect moments to exercise their agency and their sovereignty. I worked at the White House, and I know there are a lot of times when we as policy professionals would come in and say, well, we want to do this, and then we close our ears for the other part of the conversation. But I think right now, to get to these strategic imperatives that the United States wants, we have to think about what African partners need. And they have strategic and sovereign needs. They're agricultural development. They are monitoring flood. They are monitoring climate resilience. They're monitoring migration, counterterrorism flows, things that they care about and that are significant existential threats to their people. So how do we structure contracts, equitable arrangements that not only give them maybe finished technology or products that gets to their use, that they control, that don't cost millions of dollars and have strings attached? And how do we also help build out the infrastructure around some of these things? We used to, in Africa, have uplink stations, Earth observation stations, ground stations, launch capability, monitoring stations across the continent. Virtually none of that remains. But now there's the opportunity through equitable arrangements with African partners, with companies, startups, with governments who are wanting to work with our commercial sector to do so. It's a win-win, and I think it's one that American ingenuity can really win out in. Thank you.
Thanks, Rama.
That's kind of a tough follow-up, right? After those two answers, I think most things are covered there, and I'll give you, I think, a different perspective. So on my end, I'm turning 34 years old next week, and I've spent 27 of my 34 years living across 3 African countries, right? So I'm originally from Kenya, then lived in Botswana, and finally lived in South Africa before doing a stint in the Netherlands and Ireland, and moving to America 5 years ago. So I consider myself a Kenyan American, and one of the things that would be interesting in the future is that I don't have to, another Rama does not have to come to America in order to feel that they can create a real commercial space company, right? And so, like, getting folks to understand the repercussions of what space means to us here terrestrially is super important, and also getting African countries and African leaders, African space agencies, and actually the African Space Agency also, to really, really invest across the African space. I think that changes the game in terms of how brilliant folks from the continent actually want to engage in the space sector, how they see what the actual effects of the space industry are, but also downstream of that. So I think that's much needed. It shouldn't be the case that in order for me to get to a place where I'm starting to get globally recognized for the work that we're doing in virtual data centers in space, that I have to actually leave the continent to do that, right? And I think that's one thing that gives me a lot of pause. There's a lot of luck involved in life in general. Lots of opportunities are out there for certain folks. And for us, we just want to make sure that more and more Africans get lucky.
Thank you for that. I want to go a little bit deeper so that the opportunity is well understood. What we talk about less is the architecture behind those partnerships and how we can move forward together. For international partners engaging Africa's space sector, what models, policy signals, or local strategies have proven most effective in building trust and reducing barriers, while ensuring African institutions retain leadership, ownership, and long-term value in what gets built?
Yeah, great question, Yeka. I remember when we started the space program in Angola, definitely we didn't know what we were doing. I hope I'm not live here. So we just discovered when we had our first orbital satellite. Because the formula, empirical formula that I can share with my experience, first you need to buy something. This is the first rule. If you want really to engage in trust to build a space program, you need to buy something. Of course, not randomly. Look at your space policy if you have your national development strategy of the country. If you are focused on big production in coffee, focus about developing a small satellite to map coffee in your country. And then you learn that this is hard as well, right? It's not fun. Then second, I think now you need to co-develop, right? What I mean by co-develop, you need to learn the language. I remember when we had our first orbital failure of the big satellite, 200 million satellite. And it took four years and 9 seconds for me to realize that was not an easy game. I went to submit my resignation, and that time the government says, Zolana, fix this. And I said, I'm going to fix this, I don't know. I came back to US while managing the space program, and I came to learn the language. The challenge why we don't have effective cooperations, we don't talk the same language, right? Sometimes we think we know, but we don't know, right? And once we co-develop with the training, capacity building, and hardware, we will understand what the language. Then the third stage, we can talk about policy. It's not a good idea to start designing policies that you don't understand. And unfortunately, in Africa, we still have some basic challenge, and we need to fill this gap. These are the 3 steps I would summarize. if we really want to make cooperation with Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joao. Matt?
I promise we didn't plan this ahead of time. But again, I'm finding myself agreeing with the doctor here. I think speaking the same language also means understanding what each company needs. And again, we're talking about the points of leverage for African countries here. Not only do they understand what they need and hopefully are speaking for their citizens, but now is the opportunity to look and see where the United States is looking for partnerships. So finding the vocabulary to speak that language. And I talked a little bit about competition with China, but it is really a little bit more peculiar than that. It is more bifurcated. There's not only the physical space of which ground stations from Africa are going to help China see over. Half of the world would be blind without these ground stations in Africa, supplemented by very expensive shipborne capabilities. But there's also things in the ground. Now, we've talked a lot about critical minerals over the past few months, and a lot of that talk has been, frankly, exploitative. That's the American language. That's the language that we've been using for a long time to deal with this. But what is a way that we can talk about critical minerals in an African language? So yes, the United States needs these space companies need them for advanced metals and solutions, so they need Africa, they're leveraged there. But what African countries need is the talent, the ability, the beneficiation to bring those back into their community so they're not just taken out and then never seen from again. So I think, to the doctor's point, how do we speak the same language? We have to get down in the weeds, meet each other on each other's terms. To Rama's points, to be across those continental divides, to go there to do the hard-nosed diplomacy, make mistakes, come back yet again, do it again. So it's great to talk about policy, but I think to speak the same language, we need to be in the same rooms, the same restaurants, and the same communities.
Thank you. Rama?
Wait, this idea of following these two is a terrible one, just in general. So I'm sorry, that wasn't very diplomatic. I'm a Silicon Valley tech founder, so diplomacy is not really our thing. I would say that I haven't often looked at this from an international collaboration point of view, right? I think you get a very myopic point of view when you're founding a company and trying to drill down into what it is you want for your company, what you want to achieve, right? I think one of the key tenets of what we're trying to achieve is an element of data sovereignty, all right, across the African continent. And that's something that's been on the lips of a lot of folks. I love seeing folks like Dr. Joao actually doing the thing, right? That gives us a lot of hope. And I love to hear people like Matt just being able to actually understand that the way we've been spoken to in Africa for a long time is just exploitative, one of those two, right? Rather than collaborative, right? And seeing that change is super useful. It gives people a lot of hope. And I think that's where you start, right? Because inherently, human beings all over the world are the same, and they will give you the same problems, right? If you talk to them on a one-on-one basis, right? They've got the same basic needs, and if you group humans together and start to partner with them and enable them and talk to them in a way that they're your equal, you see the results. You end up with really, really amazing results. And I think for us, for me, like one of the things that made me resonate with the two biggest early partners for us, those two big partners were the Kenyan Space Agency and NASA, right? And the reason they were like big partners of ours, even though we're a commercial entity, is because they didn't see us as a nobody just starting off. They took our ideas seriously, right? They treated us the same as everyone else, and we're one of only 47 companies that won a NASA STTR grant last year. So that sort of thing, I think, gives a lot of people hope. I can't even begin to tell you what my inbox looks like from a lot of African entrepreneurs who want to build a space company, who've never even thought that it was possible, right? But have really solid ideas that are out there. And if we can partner with people who really want to enable that, if space agencies take their commercial entities seriously, right? Take their entrepreneurs seriously. Like that makes such a big impact, right? People start to see different opportunities out there, right? And that for me is what partnership means to me, right? But I won't pretend to speak the rest of the diplomatic language, but I think you catch my drift.
Thank you, Rama. Private companies are expanding their presence and the cost of space. Infrastructure remains still very high. Rama, I'm going to go back to you so that you don't have to follow your other colleagues. Satellite has been locally grounded and built to compete globally. What does it take to scale that model? And what are the key challenges in making commercial space capabilities that are African-led but internationally connected? From your experience in SpaceX, Tesla, Google, what are some lessons that translate well, and where does the context require a fundamentally different approach?
Ooh, sure. Firstly, my CTO is also a Kenyan American. I think he's in the back room somewhere. His name is Nelson Msenjan. Awesome. When you talk about what it takes, the first thing is having a great team, right? In fact, we're Delaware, US Delaware C Corp, but we've also got a Kenyan subsidiary in Nairobi, and we've got a couple of engineers there. Of course, even within our own company, we've got to observe ITA, arms regulations, and keep some really talented engineers away from things because they don't have the right papers, right? So that's always a little bit of a tricky balancing act, but we want to make sure that we're not a company that dies because of some paperwork, that we're a company that dies because we suck, right? So we need to be at least be given the chance to do that. So for us, we're very much, we've got this Africa-US fusion going on that's been super interesting for us to sort of look out there and figure things out. And for me, I guess my experience, like I was the third employee of Tesla in Africa, and from there I was able to actually see how like a US entity with an African subsidiary, like how they operate, right? And I saw the same thing at Google when I was working across the African ecosystem, and at SpaceX, once again, like working across both of those. So that's obviously been, like I said, there's a lot of luck involved here, but that's been very beneficial for us. So yeah, in terms of what it takes, I mean, you definitely don't treat folks in sort of some of the emerging nations the same way you would folks who have already been handed everything, right? There's definitely a different sense of grit and determination, right, that you've got to match, right, before people take you seriously. Like, try doing a deal with someone in Nigeria without going out to Nigeria, I dare you, right? It's just, yeah, the chances are very slim. Right, so that sort of thing is something that we've learned both the hard way and just through lots of experiences and at other people's expense, which has always been great.
Thank you. Dr. Zolana, Angola has been focused on policy, diplomacy, and technical development. What are the most transferable lessons for African nations in resource-constrained environments? Southern African Development Company, it's the group, the Shared Satellite Project with 16 nations sharing internet, broadcasting, and remote data. What are the conditions that must be in place for it to succeed and actually attract sustained investment?
Oh my God, this is an essay when I have to do it. So, no, yeah, it's a great question. It's just we're running out of time. I want to respect Matt as well, give some time to him. Very quickly, I believe, for instance, Angola, the way we started, I come from a very poor family. And I want to tie in to start closing because we're running out of time. The future is in Africa because when people are desperate to survive, they can do the impossible, right? When I come to US and I see a lot of my friends complaining about the price of ketchup, and I look at them and I say, what are you saying, right? So this grit was key and still key why the space program in Africa is growing. When the government discovered we're spending $30 million every month to rent foreign satellite, they came and say, Zolana, let's build our satellite. Within a year, which cost us $300 million, and we solved this problem. And this message resonated around the region. That's why they selected us to share a communication satellite for the region. This is what I've been sharing for 6 years. It's not easy. When it comes to policy, I think the rule of engagement is alignment, because what I see a lot is sometimes you want to force people to do something that you only see on your perspective, but you have to take time and understand why it's looking that direction. Luckily, after 6 years, we have now a regional beam ready to launch a satellite. In terms of trust for why people would finance a project like that, Southern Africa is almost 400 million people. It's a large market. There's a lot of opportunity. But let me save some time here to Matt. There's so much that I can say, but let's save some time to Matt. Thank you so much.
Matt, what are the most important considerations for U.S. and international actors who want to engage constructively with African space programs?
Yeah, I would say to both the point of the gentleman on the stage here, go there, go there. I spent 4 years in Zambia, so I know personally the value of being there, understanding what's happening, and seeing the grit and ingenuity that can be channeled into these sorts of things. I would say also know the tools that you're operating with here. I'm speaking perhaps in dire tones about what the United States government had lost in traditional forms of cooperation on space in Africa. But there are tools now that are being unleashed, developed in the last few years that can help finance, provide loans to, and support U.S. and aligned companies in making these types of investment activities. We've heard from State Departments, Commerce Departments, Office of Space Commerce. There's also within the Department of Defense, the Office of Strategic Capital. There's the Development Finance Corporation that's had its mandate expanded to do things like this. The main investment over the past few years in Africa was in Angola, Zambia, DRC on critical minerals. But that's really what we've been pointing to for 3 years. It's time to get down there to meet people, to understand what is motivating them, and to do that. I'll tell you, after I wrote this paper, I only had one very small company come up to me and ask, okay, well, how do I do this? I don't think that that's acceptable.
Thank you, Matt. Well, thank you to each and all of our panelists today, and from all of you watching from around the globe. Africa's role in the global space ecosystem is not a future conversation. It is a present one. And the countries, companies, and partners who understand that, who show up with genuine commitment to locally led, mutually beneficial growth, are the ones who will help shape this ecosystem and what it will become. The question is no longer whether Africa will be central to the space economy. It is on what terms and with whom. Thank you, everyone, for attending this panel. And for those who want to continue this conversation, I'll be hosting a small convening tomorrow here in Washington, focused on diaspora talent, commercial partnership, and I'll be glad to connect with anyone interested afterward. Thank you so much, and thank you, Meridian, for hosting this.
Please welcome to the stage the Honorable Jim Bridenstine, Managing Partner, the Artemis Group, and 13th NASA Administrator, and Hélène Ubi, Chief Executive Officer, the Exploration Company.
Well, thank you. Wow, that's loud. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to Meridian for opening up this forum. I have my good friend Hélène with us. She is the CEO of the Exploration Company. And maybe we'll just start, Hélène, why don't you share a little bit about the Exploration Company? And ultimately, you had quite an amazing career in space and how you decided to get involved in it.
Thank you very much, Jim. So the Exploration Company, we are a young company, about 4.5 years old now. One of the fastest growing space company worldwide. We've been growing quite fast. We were 4 people, 50K in the bank account, a bit more than 4 years ago. And we just say, you know what, we're going to build like the first universal capsule, going to space station and back with 50K and 4 people. It takes a bit more money, of course, and a bit more people. Now we are about 500 people. We have raised about 325 million USD from excellent investors. And we've signed about 850 million in contract. We've sent already 2 capsule prototypes to space, thanks to our amazing team, and we are on track to send to the ISS our first reusable cargo capsule in August 28. Of course, the planning is like very, very challenging. But yeah, for the time being, we've been on track on cost for the first 2 capsules, and I hope it will be the case for the third one. It's not working anymore.
Test 1, 2. Mine's is
It's working back.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's see. Tell us about yourself and how, obviously, this is a super exciting company. You're talking about flying to space with cargo eventually, maybe with humans. You talked about a universal capsule, some big ambitions for the future. How did you get involved in this company, and tell us your background.
Yeah, so I've been working a bit more than 10 years in historic players, Ariane Group, where I had the pleasure to lead a small rocket program and an Airbus. I had the pleasure to be the deputy program manager of the Orion European Service Module. And when you work on such a vehicle, on the one hand, it's like really amazing because you work with NASA, European Space Agency, Lockheed Martin. You work on a vehicle that's going to bring back humans not to the surface, but in the lunar environment. It's a very, very special responsibility. But it's also like not the fastest way to work in space, and perhaps not the most cost-effective way. And so I just got frustrated. I think we can do faster, we can do less expensive, and that's why I decided to leave Airbus and to build my company, because I came to the conclusion that if we want to change and if we want to impact, and this is really my driver, it's easier to do that starting almost from a white sheet of paper than to do that from the inside. I believe entrepreneurs have a huge impact capability in the world today. And I also wanted to build a company that would scale in the world the European model of collaboration. It's a unique fact, at least to my knowledge, in human history, that countries which have been fighting each other for centuries, Germany, France, Italy, England, they are now in peace since more than 65 years. And why that? Because they decided to share critical technologies. And everything we built in space is critical technology. And I want to scale this model worldwide. So that's why I was talking about universal capsule. We are not building a European capsule. We are building this capsule together with the United States. And Europe is going to serve the United States, is going to serve Europe. I hope it can serve other countries in the world. And we are starting, of course, with cargo, but we want to go crew. We want to go crew commercial. Perhaps we will speak about that later. And that crew capsule shall be able to serve as many countries as possible in the world. This is how we built our business. So we are now in the UAE, in the United States, in Europe. We will stop there for the time being, because we also need to make sure that from an industrial point of view, we are very efficient. But as soon as we have the first vehicle growing, we'll open in other countries, again, to continue to share technologies across countries and to build vehicles across countries. So we are now working on, of course, the first most important vehicle is the capsule, as I was saying, is being built between the United States and Europe. The next, of course, generation will be crew vehicle, also built between the United States and Europe, I hope. We are working on a very, very high thrust rocket engine between Ukraine and Europe. And we are working on a lunar lander between Europe and the UAE. So you see, everything we do, it's always across countries. Because the future we want to build in space is a future which is collaborative.
It's amazing. Going back to my days at NASA, obviously NASA has a long history of partnerships to include 15 different countries that operate the International Space Station. I think 20 different countries at this point, maybe more, that have had astronauts on the International Space Station. And when I was at NASA, we had 700 different international agreements for all types of different experiments and and things that we were testing and developing and flying and, you know, going to Mars and other places throughout the solar system. That's an amazing tool of diplomacy and collaboration that is stunning. But one thing I heard over and over again from a lot of the countries you just mentioned, Helen, one thing I heard over and over again is, and I heard it from the heads of space agencies from a lot of these countries, when they would come to the NASA headquarters, they would say, we don't like commercial. I heard that so often. And of course I would ask them why. Why don't you like commercial? Two reasons. Number one, they would say, well, we don't have commercial. Well, of course they're not going to like commercial if they don't have commercial, so that made a lot of sense to me. And then the second thing they said was, if NASA starts buying things as a service, rather than building things and collaborating internationally on architectures, then we're not going to be able to participate. You can't just buy it as a service and have international collaboration in space. And your company, the exploration company, which you've been magnificent at leading, is changing that paradigm. And that's why I'm so excited about the exploration company. So share with us how you're thinking about this. How do we do international collaboration and commercial? You mentioned, how much did you raise? 350 million?
Correct.
And can you say, where did all that money come from? Europe or a single country? Or
It's coming 100% from private investors. And we raised that money, let's say the anchor contract we had at that time was very small, 25 million. So you were talking about commercial. A great thing about commercial is that it takes, let's say, to develop a crew vehicle, it takes between 4 to 5 billions minimum. So if NASA, ESA together are working as anchor clients, we can raise a lot of these 5 billion privately. And the remaining part can be funded by NASA, ESA starting to buy seats, and this can be open to other countries. So coming back to commercial, I think commercial enables the industry to move faster and also to use less taxpayer money. I want to give very concrete example. In the normal way, this is true for United States and for Europe. If you think like a huge development, every state in the United States, they want to have their work share. In Europe, every country wants to have their work share, but okay, more or less same principle. So you don't start thinking product, you start thinking how can I make like Alabama happy, or how can I make that state happy? And in Europe, how can I make that country happy? So
you basically nailed it. It's how do we make Alabama happy? And I can say that as an Oklahoman. I had to deal with that a lot.
So it takes a lot of time. And you don't think product and product market fit. You just like spend your time negotiating political stuff. Then you get the money, you get all the states happy or all the country happy. You've already lost 5 years. And then you have a product which is perhaps making everybody happy, but it's not right for the market. Commercial space, you say, as an agency, I'm not going to spend €1. I'm just being the client. And perhaps I will start buying when I see that you, the industry, you've made some like meaningful technical progress. So it means the industry needs to start immediately and super fast. So winning a lot of time. And then because the NASA or like the European Space Agency or others acting as anchor client, the industry can raise private money. So again, as an example, once we got our 25 million, very, very small contract from the European Space Agency saying, I am starting buying your first mission, I raised 150 million. So you see the leverage effect. We did that with the European Space Agency. Now we are willing to scale that model between US and Europe. Because when you met these head of agencies, you were right. I mean, there was no commercial space in Europe. Now this is different. We have commercial space in Europe. There's been commercial space in the United States in 15 years already. So we're at a time when the agencies, instead of saying, like on Orion, in the US, we do that work share, and in Europe, we do that work share. Orion, capsule was done in the US, service module was done in Europe. Let's think differently. We sit around the table, we have a market, we have the crew market in the US, which is one of the biggest, well, the biggest in the world. We have the crew market in Europe, which is the second biggest accessible market in the world, if we push aside Russia and China as, let's say, accessible market. We, as agencies, are going to act as anchor client. And we, as agency, are going to tell the industry, would they be in Europe or in the US, start working as fast as you can. We're going to help you, technically speaking. And once you've passed that milestone, we will start buying seats to you. And that would be a new way of basically doing commercial space, not only from the US, not only from Europe, but together. And I believe it will be a much more efficient way of continuing this collaboration, scaling across nations, a model that has been amazingly successful in the US, and that is now amazingly successful also in Europe.
Yeah, so when we think about how we do, you were right, the Orion Crew Capsule and the European Service Module, you build your piece, we'll build our piece, and then we'll bring them together and we'll launch it. That model, what you're talking about, kind of flips it around, and it says, we're not going to do government to government kind of architecting and then distributing the different components. You're saying our government and your government can work together to create choose what it is we want to do, whatever it is, and then they can work together to create the program to achieve that together.
They can work together to create the specifications of the service.
Right.
They can work together to open a competition.
Yep.
And then the winners will be the one basically proving that they can provide the service at the best cost and for the right requirement of the service. So it's a complete different way basically of working.
And you would have investment, quite frankly, from the United States and from Europe and maybe from other places around the world as well.
We will start privately funded. That's
Privately
also the
funded.
beauty of the service contract.
But those private funders could be from anywhere. No?
We cannot accept, let's say, given the geopolitical context, it's difficult to accept Chinese investors, for example.
Oh, sure,
It's-
yeah.
so-
No, I understand
But
that.
yeah, no problem to have investors from other parts of the world.
Okay, got it. Okay, so yeah, so the International Space Station, for example, different pieces of it built by different countries, and then they all get launched and they get assembled in space. But now countries can say, we're going to collaborate ahead of time, come up with what the solution set is, and then together we can compete for industry that could be on either side of the Atlantic Ocean, if you will.
Absolutely. To be like very concrete, it would be an agreement between NASA and the European Space Agency, open to other space agencies. So, like let's say
others as well, yeah.
UAE could join if they want, others could join if they want. Saying we as agencies, we fly every year X astronauts. We already have like SpaceX, who is already providing amazing services, but we want to have more industries providing crew services. So provided the new players can demonstrate that they can meet a certain technical milestone, let's say safety review 1, for example, we will start buying seats from these new providers. So it's a soft commitment that provided people in industry commit to, let's say, and prove that they can meet certain milestone, then the European Space Agency and the NASA start buying seats. So it's very different from saying, okay, that's the vehicle I want. This is this work share here, this is this work share here.
You were at the Ignition event yesterday that NASA put together. Anything from that you see that affects the exploration company or how you think differently today than you did yesterday?
I think it was very quite impressive, and I was amazed actually by the energy that I could feel in the room, also by the clarity in terms of priority, clarity to go to the moon very, very fast, clarity with the gateway, which is unpaused, and clarity also with the fact that it's extremely difficult to build, of course, a commercial space station, and if we have limited resources, which is the case right now in the United States, where the top one priority is the moon, we need to prolongate the International Space Station. And we need to think, to give more time, basically, to the commercial destinations to make it happen. For us, the exploration company, in general, it was very good news. I know it was not good news for everybody, so I want to be careful here, but for us, it was very good news. Because it was clearly said also that there is a lack of, there is a need for more transportation capacity to the ISS, and after the ISS, the commercial destinations, and we want to provide this commercial transportation capacity to ISS and to the commercial destinations. Given the fact that there will be very limited money for low Earth orbit, We have to come up with new models, which is what we've been advocating actually. So for us, it's even like an impulse or an ignition to accelerate the fundraising and accelerate our activities in the US for building in prolongation of the cargo vehicle that we're already building, but the crew capacity that can serve the American market. So that's basically good news for us.
Let me ask, if there's less money, you think there's going to be more transportation to and from the ISS? How does that work?
Yeah, that's also why commercial is interesting. There is more demand. This is very clear. Like we look at the number of crew missions that have flown in the past 5 years, there's been an increase of 80%. So there is less money in the United States for LEO. There is more demand in the world for countries to fly their astronauts. That's a fact. I mean, we've seen Australia has now its astronaut cohort. India is building its own crew capability. The UAE, they've flown twice. Saudi has flown. Poland, Czech Republic. New countries are basically flying astronauts more and more because space is understood as the new frontier, and countries, they want to inspire their generation, they want to build technologies, and an astronaut is a way for the country to basically say, this is who I am, this is who I want to be in the future, and this is how I'm inspiring my generation of new leaders, and also like open the door for scientific careers to young people. So there is more demand. There is not more money to build new crew vehicle. So we have to come with new models. If I draw a parallel with the past, after the shuttle accident, NASA budget was significantly reduced. At the same time, Mark Griffin was asked to build new capabilities. And this is how the service contract came, with Mark Griffin, with Bill Gerstenmaier and Katie Lueders. They had to do more with less. We are exactly in this situation right now in the low Earth orbit. We must do more because US and Europe, and other countries, it's very clear also for the US strategy, we must maintain a presence in low Earth orbit. We must maintain leadership in low Earth orbit, but with less money. So how to do that? And this is where this commercial public-private partnership is so interesting. And this is where also international collaboration is very interesting. If more countries want to fly, right? If companies like the Exploration Company are willing to take risk, to invest their own money, to build the next generation of crew vehicle, demand is there, private money is there, like industry is there. The only thing which is, so to say, missing, and that NASA and other agencies, but like NASA is the only one, apart from Russia and China, who has like really flown for very long astronauts, is technical support. So that's why there is an amazing opportunity right now to have technical support from NASA to companies like Exploration Company, like others, it shall be a competition, who want to take the risk to build new crew vehicle across nations. Every agency can participate, saying, the time that company has met that milestone, we will start buying seats. Yeah. It can be Europe, it can be UAE, it can be Australia, it can be Czech Republic. They can participate. And then the financing of this new type of vehicle is made easier through service contract and through the seat being paid by all the countries which want to fly their astronauts. That's the new model that shall come in the next years, while preserving the small budget in LEO for the commercial space station that must be built as fast as possible, and for the maintenance of the ISS.
So you're, in essence, broadening the base of the market, but at the same time, you're relying on private capital for the eventual utilization by the broader swath of countries that could take advantage of it. So private capital comes in today, you build your vehicle, you make it available in the future, and then it's amortized. All that cost is amortized over a whole lot more customers that are international in nature. Am I thinking about that correctly?
Yeah, if you think about the cash, basically, private capital will finance the first tranche of the cash.
Yep.
NASA only provides technical support.
Yep.
After a first technical milestone, money comes in paying seats, coming from NASA, coming from European Space Agency, coming from other agencies. Private capital continue to pay, but like step by step, the majority is being paid by customers. which are paying seats at a little bit high price so that they contribute to development effort. So at the end, it means that for the whole development, which is roughly speaking 5 billion, private capital probably will be around 25%. The 75% will be paid by the other countries who are paying for seat at a slightly higher price because they have still to finance the development, but they also have a seat which is guaranteed, and they understand that this is a capacity that's going to benefit the whole ecosystem.
One of the, I think, the big benefits to that over time is you don't have this long tail of the government owning and operating the systems. In fact, the tail is yours. You, the private company, has that tail to maintain that operational system. But at the same time, you've got the customer base to finance it. So it's not, and so that, I think that was one of the big challenges at NASA is initiating a new program means you've got to figure out a way to fund it for the next 30 years. You can't just buy it by the drink. And you're offering governments an opportunity to buy it by the drink.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me ask, within Europe, you know, one of the things I heard a lot as the NASA administrator, the heads of space agencies, I'm not going to name names, but they would come in my office and they'd be like, well, you know, this country had an astronaut this soon. We want to get our astronaut up, and they would all lobby against each other to get an astronaut up into the International Space Station. And of course, balancing that was really difficult. But now there's a way maybe to settle that, which is basically the customer, it's either order of precedent or it's basically the highest payer. Is that correct?
With this model, which is also has been widely used to build other infrastructure, the one that will be buying the first seats at a bit higher price, of course, will have a right of priority in terms of when they can fly their astronauts. As simple as that.
And let me ask you, within Europe, this concept, is it generally accepted by all of the countries in Europe, or is it sometimes contested?
So I'm very proud because we are actually the first company in Europe benefiting from a service contract from the European Space Agency. So we have pioneered with the European Space Agency this kind of competition and service contract in Europe. Most of the countries are very much in favor of that. Now, the capsule we are developing right now, which is the cargo one, as I was saying at the beginning, 40% is paid by the private investors, 60% as a service by the European Space Agency. As you can imagine, some historic players are used to have 1% of the development being paid. And they're also lobbying their countries to say, that's not really the right model. The right model is to have all the development being paid. So, but generally speaking, people understand the speed. People understand the freedom that we have also to take risk in our design. What I think we still need to improve a little bit, and at NASA it was the job of Cathy Luders, is the way we collaborate with agencies. When agencies that we used to look at every detail, validate everything because it was their spacecraft. It takes a little bit of adaptation time to understand that, okay, we need to accept that now the industry is in the leading seat and is taking more risk because industry wants to go fast, and that not every detail can be shared with the agencies, but that's just a new way of working.
And within Europe, you can have an ESA astronaut, or you could also have an astronaut from, say, Italy. And
absolutely. Well, they are astronauts from the different nations and ESA astronauts, so they are all.
So they're all customers. One of the challenges we have on the International Space Station is ESA is kind of, in many ways, making the decision, and sometimes the countries don't like the decision that ESA made. I don't want to air any dirty laundry here, but I would hear about that, and you're going to be in the position to make those decisions, I would guess, going forward, which is a challenge, but it's also not a bad challenge.
Honestly, it would be an amazing problem.
It would be a wonderful
because it
problem.
means we have a cool capsule flying.
Yeah.
So I wish we have that problem.
Yeah, that's good. Okay, so we've only got a few more seconds. You are solving a major problem that I think is important for the world, which is space is shifting to a very commercial market in a way that even 10 years ago people couldn't contemplate, and now it's moving very rapidly towards a more commercial world. And you're saying, you know, you can solve a problem that historically Europe might not have been ready for, but now they are, and we're pretty excited about it. We have just a few more seconds. Any closing thoughts for the audience?
Yeah, I think in the times when we live now, which is times unfortunately of wars and conflicts, and huge competition. We shall never forget that first and foremost we are humans. And I wish that this commercial new era across country can help us to continue to build space in a collaborative manner.
Awesome. Thank you to Meridian for hosting this, and thank you, Ellen, for joining us, and congratulations to the Space Exploration Company for an amazing future. Thank you, guys.
Please welcome to the stage Frank Justice, Vice President of Open Diplomacy Programs and Director of Space Diplomacy Initiative at Meridian International Center. Clayton Swope, Deputy Director, Aerospace Security Project, Senior Fellow, Defense and Security Department, CSIS. And Courtney Weinbach, Senior Management Scientist and Senior National Security Researcher at RAND. And Todd Harrison, Senior Fellow, AEI.
All right, well, thank you everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. This is our last session before a break for those here in person. And I also want to start with a thank you for our panel. This was not quite the panel that we envisioned at the beginning of the week. And so I really appreciate you coming on board here at the 11th hour. We're not going to jump into the bios here, but by now you probably know that you have a QR code on your program that can dig into the reason why we wanted these illustrious panelists to be here today. But I am so pleased that you're here because this conversation is particularly important at a gathering focused on diplomacy. While we're all aware that defense and diplomacy go hand in hand, all too often, the conversation remains in only one of these realms, and this distorts the full picture when it comes to international cooperation. So much energy within the US space sector has transitioned to the defense and security side of things in the past 13 months, led by enthusiasm surrounding the Golden Dome. At the same time, I've also witnessed this transition with our international partners, many of whom recognize the dual-use nature of almost everything in space. And of course, there's the reality of multiple conflict periods or theaters right now. We've heard time and time again that America first does not mean America alone. And so that is a part of the name of this session and something that I do want to dig into here right away. And Todd, I think we'll start with you. And we'll start with America First. How have you seen the America First framework and mentality shaping U.S. approaches to allied space cooperation today?
Sure, and thank you for having us here today. Glad I can be part of the panel. I would start by saying that the America First, but doesn't necessarily mean America alone. It's very much true. But what we have seen in this administration is a focus on just moving ahead with the priorities they have in space, irrespective of whether or not allies want to move ahead with us. So I think that's really how it's being operationalized. And to a certain extent, the administration can do that because the contributions of allies pale in comparison relative to what the U.S. can do itself in terms of funding, in terms of technical capabilities. The U.S. can push ahead with a lot of these things on its own, and to do it quickly, it is much easier if you don't have to negotiate with different allies and partners and who's going to own what and how you're going to share data and all those intricate details. Now, that does not exclude partnerships. It just means that the partnerships are going to be a bolt-on after the fact. And we're seeing that with Golden Dome as well. The administration is pushing ahead with it. Of course, Golden Dome is not exclusively space. It might not even be majority space at the end of the day, but they're pushing ahead with it. And if countries like Canada or Japan or other NATO allies want to be part of it, they can bolt that on there in the future, but necessary in order to move ahead.
Well, I think many space companies think it's part of space, or want it to be. Clayton, want to follow up on the Golden Dome with you. So as the Golden Dome moves from concept to architecture, how do you see allies being integrated in ways that strengthen deterrence without slowing execution?
Yeah, Frank, I just want to echo what Todd said, that Golden Dome, I know we think about it, we think a lot of the space capabilities that would be part of Golden Dome, but it's really not about space at the end of the day. It's about missile defense. So you look at missile defense now, you look at the challenges of having systems that are integrated across allies and partners. I think of NATO's work on integrated air and missile defense and the challenges there. So one way to kind of split those challenges is the sensor side. So that's everything from detecting a launch to tracking a launch to everything in the kill chain. No commander is probably going to say, I want less capability. So the opportunity for allies and partners are just more sensors on each part of that kill chain. I think that's an integration challenge, but this is something that, at least from a NATO perspective, from a US perspective, we're pretty familiar with that, and it's hard. Then the other half of that is really kind of the intercept side. There's another area where you could say no commander is going to say I want less, that I don't want more capability. So it's a question of integration there as well. But with the interceptor side, you just look at the different layers of intercept and you see opportunities for allies and partners to handle that maybe from their own national jurisdiction. So maybe a sensor network, a sensor web that is just kind of an amalgamation of various sensors that are looking globally. If they're looking from space, they might be looking regionally or locally if they're ground-based. And then added into that network of interceptors, which could have more of a national focus and looking at particular regions, and that might be a way that you can kind of carve out different areas of responsibilities that has maybe the U.S. at the center of that, but then has the allies and partners kind of contributing in both of those buckets.
I want to stick with Golden Dome for just one more moment, and Todd, maybe kick it back to you. So if Golden Dome accelerates missile warning tracking and possibly space-based interceptors, what mission area groupings would most improve coalition interoperability, and what should be first to align with combined space operation partners?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different parts to it. I would say, first of all, the biggest gap that the United States has, and certainly our allies and partners have as well, is that missile tracking, missile warning capability. That's where we have the most deficiencies. And in particular, I would also add to what Clayton said, Golden Dome is not just about missiles, it's also about airborne threats. And so, they're saying now it's, Class 3 UAS and higher is what they're focused on. And what we're really missing is being able to track, especially those lower flying drones like we're seeing coming out of Iran right now on a global basis, using systems, unlike ground-based radars that aren't extremely vulnerable to being attacked by these drones. So the airborne moving target indication mission area that the Space Force is pursuing under Golden Dome, I think is absolutely the most critical thing that we can be working on right now for the U.S. and for our allies and partners. And then, related to that, second to that, I would say is the command and control and being able to integrate allies and partners and their shooter networks, the interceptor systems they already have and are going to be building for the future, being able to integrate those so we can seamlessly pass data from all of our sensors, into their systems on the ground that can help take out those targets.
Can I add something to that, Frank?
Please.
Todd, hearing you talk, I was just thinking that, again, I look at how NATO operates, and a lot of the integration challenges, we've kind of done them before, but what is different, I think, about a lot of the airborne threats today is just the speed and the timeliness of the decisions that need to be made and the amount of data that needs to be processed. That is very different to me. So it's an integration challenge, but also how do we make sense of all that information at tactically relevant speeds?
Courtney, hi, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for being here. Let's start out with a broader question for you. How is the international community approaching space governance and partnerships within the security arena?
Sure, thank you. And thank you for having me. Thank you to Meridian for having me here today. So I'm at RAND. Some of you might know us. We're a nonprofit analytic organization. And I mention that because we've recently been doing work on the topic of how the international community themselves wants governance mechanisms built, as opposed to how does any one country want them built and then imposed on the international community. And so I brought with me today some notes from a report we have not yet published, but it's coming out very soon. I've read it, it's written, it's coming out soon, on what we found. And we've been hosting a series of workshops around the world. I get to be here with you today, but my team is actually doing a workshop right now in Geneva. They didn't get to be able to be here with you today, so I got to be here for this very project. And so what they've been doing is meeting with stakeholders from the space sector on multiple continents to have conversations about what do different parts of the space sector, the industry representatives, government representatives, as well as the NGO community and the research institutions want from governance. Do they even want governance, first of all, but want from an ability to mitigate risks from dual-use systems, which is really any military system has a dual-use capability as well. And what are they looking for? And what we found is that different regions of the world really have very different interests. That currently in the Americas, not just the US, but in North America, there is an interest for very market-driven approaches, like let's not impose an overhead governance structure, but let's let the market self-regulate. The view from Europe and Eurasia is that the market will not self-regulate, and that there needs to be some kind of governance framework to mitigate the risks that weapons in space will cause. The perspective from the Indo-Pacific region, we've brought together Indo-Pacific countries as well as Australia, has been that it's fine to have all these conversations, but we really need definitions. We need to explain what do we mean by weapon, what do we mean by dual-use system, because as you go from country to country, culture to culture, or even within the same country, within the US, we see this from meeting to meeting, what one person considers within scope when we talk about dual-use systems or we talk about weapon systems, another person says, well, that's benign, that's a commercial system. And so having definitions for what is it we're actually governing. One of the findings so far, this is a 3-year research effort, so one of the preliminary findings so far seems to be that there's an interest in creating a sort of international governance around behaviors and effects rather than the specs of the system. So in a real-time situation, something's maneuvering erratically, or a signal is being jammed, and the source, the provenance of the jamming is maybe unknown at the immediate moment. Figuring out intention, user identity, and the actual specs of the thing that might be doing the attack or the maneuver is hard to figure out in that moment. Is this like some subtle jamming and interference, or is this actually something that could be turned up and it could ruin my transmitter? And so rather than trying to figure out which systems have which ultimate capabilities and what the intent of those operators are, there's been a lot of conversation we're hearing on instead wanting to understand what effects and what behaviors can be identified immediately, as soon as they happen, and how can we create frameworks for those. And so that's the work that our team is still doing. That's what they're in Geneva today doing, and we're really excited to see what comes out the next year as we continue this.
That's exciting. Let's stick with the dual use theme a little bit. I know Randall's been doing a lot of work on that. And you mentioned sort of dual use with respect to commercial companies. Where should the US draw boundaries when it comes to tech sharing when commercial or allied systems become operationally critical to deterrence?
So my personal opinion is not going to be that of the government. And I'll tell you my personal opinion is I want as much sharing as is possible. I always want as much sharing of ideas, of software, of systems, of operational control. This is my own opinion because I think that advances the science for humanity, that advances capabilities of all the countries. And quite honestly, from a security perspective, the more we're working together, the more we're co-entangled with each other's systems, the more we rely on each other, and we need to remain peaceful. It's not in our best interest to cause a dangerous situation when it's going to affect all of us, maybe not equally, because some countries won't be as evenly affected, but that it will affect all of us. So I'm a huge fan of as much sharing as possible. The reality here in the US, as well as in other countries, is export controls, as you're alluding to and mentioning, and how those are, what's the right word, how they're enforced and monitored it's an ever-growing conversation. I think the US has made some great efforts in changing the guidelines and the processes, but we were saying in the green room backstage, and my colleagues might have some other comments on this, that changing processes and regulations doesn't immediately change behaviors or the culture around sharing, and the insecurity that partners and actors might have on, am I allowed to have this conversation? Should I even enter this conversation with this other entity, or is it going to be a waste of both of our time because it's not going to be able to go anywhere? And so more awareness and understanding of how the processes and regulations are actually being implemented, I think is really important across the whole community.
Actually, well, I want to jump in here to export control and ITAR, because we only have I have too many questions for the amount of time that we have, but this is an area that at Meridian we've seen be a hindrance when it comes to the international space cooperation efforts that we're looking at. So Todd, I want to ask you the question here. For years, allies have said that export controls, not strategy, are the biggest barrier to real operational integration. If deterrence in space increasingly depends on coalition architectures, how much risk should the U.S. be willing to accept in reforming ITAR to enable trusted allies to contribute at the scale we want?
Yeah, no, I would say my personal experience, having worked in the space industry, is that ITAR and other export control regimes are a huge impediment. They, Congress and the previous administrations have improved those regulations, absolutely. The problem is, as Courtney was alluding to, is that the memory of those restrictions has seeped into the institutions and the processes, and that's very hard to get out. And so people are still very gun-shy and very worried about exchanging technical data with other companies or countries whenever it comes to anything related to space or even tangentially related to space, because the controls were so tight after the whole Chinese incident back in the late 1990s, where there were some egregious violations, but we kind of reacted and the pendulum swung too far. And even though we've moved regulations back, it's still there. And at the end of the day, the biggest impediment, I think, at least my own anecdotal experience, is that people are deterred from having conversations, and people, even though they know they should be able to do something, they're worried and they want legal cover, so they rely on hiring outside counsel to go and navigate things and talk to people. It's very expensive. And in the end, it hurts the smaller businesses on both sides. In the U.S. and in other countries, it hurts the smaller businesses the most, and they're the ones who potentially have the most to gain from this type of collaboration, across borders.
Absolutely, we've seen that firsthand on many occasions. So what's the solution there? Clayton, Courtney?
Fix it, Clayton.
Well, I've always just thought I want to hear, as a researcher, concrete examples of where ITAR or export control blocked a deal. Sometimes I just don't have really good examples of that. I hear a few onesie-twosie things, but if I want to make a case on what we should change, the lack of examples, specific examples, sometimes make it really difficult. But Todd, that makes sense, and Courtney, you too, that a lot of this is just mindset and just fear that somehow I'm going to hit a brick wall, so that there's a lack of an interest in even trying to pursue a deal. So examples of that too are useful, but I do think if we're looking at we need to change a specific regulation or a specific law, we need to be able to give that to policymakers so they can say, aha, this is what I need to change. Just saying that ITAR or export control are bad and blocking my ability to do business with foreign customers, I don't think that's enough, because I think that's what companies have been saying. So I think we have to have a little more specificity.
One specific thing I would offer is that we need someone tracing down the bottlenecks in the approval system. And there are some cases where I've seen where it comes down to one person at the NSA or some other agency who's required to review all of these, export applications for a certain type of thing. And that person, there's just too much work on their desk. There are too many, requests coming in. And so that's where you have to pay, expensive, well-connected attorneys who know that person and can call them and grease the wheels and pull your application to the top of the stack. Again, the whole system's unfair, right, when it works that way. So we need people who will be ninjas within the bureaucracy, who will go and try to find these bottlenecks and start breaking them down one by one.
I have one more thing to add on this. And we are living in an era, though, where a lot of countries, including our allies and partners, they want to have their own sovereign capabilities to build something or operate something. So even if we didn't have ITAR export control, I think it would be a difficult environment for U.S. companies in space trying to sell to foreign governments or foreign customers because of that preference. We have that preference, too, in the U.S. I just can think of all the money that Germany's putting into defense and space, and a lot of those contracts, those are going to be tied to Germany, so they need to have some entity there in Germany that's doing the business. They could have suppliers that are U.S. companies, but it has to be a German entity that's doing the contracting with the government.
This could be for either Courtney or Todd, but commercial companies, firms like SpaceX are now central to U.S. space defense architectures. Is that a deliberate strategic choice, or is that just inevitable given where innovation and capital now live?
It was absolutely a deliberate and strategic choice, and I could show you the strategy documents back to the 1980s that led the course to where we are today, because I read them as part of my job. There was a time that maybe some of us have forgotten where the U.S. was very worried about its ability to do heavy lift launch, and that the U.S. heavy lift launch market was seen as being a monopoly for sure, but really reliant on one provider that really didn't want to keep providing it because it was expensive and not worth the effort so much. And the U.S. government was in a position, and by government I mean both the military through the Air Force as well as the intelligence community through the NRO, were both in a position where Congress started worrying, can the U.S. put in space the things we want to be designing and building on the ground to put up there? And so there were congressionally mandated studies, presidential commissions that were conducted in the 90s for sure, but even after 9/11 in the 2000s and the aughts, that looked at how do we as an economy address this problem. SpaceX will tell you, and there's an asterisk if you look at their timeline online, that they started with DARPA funding. It's not a coincidence that it was DoD government funding that started to put the first seed money in what we now call a commercial space company, but it was a government-funded startup initiative when it first began, and that seed money at that juncture was critical. There was no case to give a venture capital investor back then to invest in this, but DARPA was there with it. And I don't want us to forget that history, that government investment in early stage, not just R&D, but also early manufacturing, things where maybe we understand the science, but we don't know how to manufacture it at scale, more cheaply, more efficiently. I mean, those early funds are essential.
I think we're still seeing that with SpaceWorks and some other groups today as well.
Yeah, so to add a little controversy to the panel, I'll offer a slightly different interpretation of history and what happened. I mean, to what Courtney said, yes, that's all true, and I think it absolutely was government policy to hand a lot of these things over and rely more on commercial, particularly in launch. That was policy back to the 1980s, no doubt. But the bureaucracy absolutely resisted it as much as they could, right? And so was this a deliberate choice? Not by the bureaucracy, not by the Air Force, back before the Space Force. SpaceX had to sue its way in to get its first launch contract with Air Force Space Command back in the day. So I think the way that we ended up with the dependence and interdependence between the military and the commercial space sector in the U.S., there was policy guidance that was pointing in that direction. But I think really what made it happen is that the commercial space companies advanced the technology to a point where the government just could no longer resist it. That it was so much better, so much cheaper, that it just made so much sense they could no longer, the bureaucracy could no longer turn them away.
I guess with the time we have remaining, I'll ask each of you, what questions should I ask you here? What should we be thinking about when it comes to U.S. national security space cooperation internationally? Clayton, I'll start with you.
Yeah, one thing that I always think is really interesting just historically is there's a 1912 agreement between Britain and France that divided their naval forces in areas of responsibility between the Mediterranean, that was for France, and then the Atlantic and the North Sea was Britain. So essentially, they were relying on each other entirely for their national security. I don't know if I see that happening today with the way that we look at space for national security, meaning that the United States and other allies and partners, and I mentioned, the desire to have sovereign capability. I think we're all going to want to have our own capability to do everything. I don't see a scenario where we say, well, we're going to do this, and then we'll let these other allies and partners do these other things, and the whole machine doesn't work unless we all bring our pieces together, kind of like the International Space Station works. It won't work if one of the partners isn't there. So we run the risk of redundancy and duplication, especially if we don't have good integration and how all that's going to work together, because we're just kind of complementing each other. We're not actually dependent on it. When you're dependent on it, you're required to make that integration work. When it's just a nice to have, augmentation, resilience, maybe that impetus isn't there. So I'm just saying, I think we need to make sure we have that impetus to actually make that integration work when we're all bringing essentially the whole kitchen, everything in the kitchen sink together, and we want to mash it together and make it work.
Now I have follow-up questions, and I don't have time for them. Took to the end of this. Courtney?
I'll take us in a different direction from that. There are some amazingly visionary ideas on where the global space community is going to go in our lifetime. And yet, there are going to be risks that we know are going to come to fruition and we are so ill-prepared for. A human will die of non-natural causes in space. How society handles that, what are the circumstances of that human's death, is there blame cast, whether it's negligence or malicious act? There are absolutely situations that we need to have the international forums, quite honestly, like this, so thank you for doing this, to have the conversations that will allow us to have those conversations. There is going to be someone who's going to start the first mining in outer space, and questions are going to be raised before that mineral, that element comes back to Earth on who owns it. And these are questions that we need in international community and diplomatic dialogues to be able to address, because it's inevitable that they're going to be happening.
Final word.
Sure. I guess I would just say that, international cooperation works best and international cooperation endures when the nations involved have shared objectives and cooperation is mutually beneficial. And when those conditions are not present, it's not going to endure. And so what I think we need to be looking for are areas where we have shared objectives with our allies and partners, we're not divergent, and where it would be mutually beneficial. It can't just benefit one side and not the other. It needs to be mutually beneficial. I think that's the way that we build strong, cooperation that will endure the test of time and endure strains in our relationships in the future.
All right. Well, thank all of you for this conversation. Again, it's important that defense and diplomacy work hand in hand and with respect to international cooperation. So this concludes the first segment of our forum this afternoon. We are going to take a break until 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll meet back then. Thank you.
For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history, Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
Please take
America
your seats. The program will resume in 5 minutes.
You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy. For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there. And of course, when I became Prime Minister, the relationship with the United States was immensely important.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history. Rising competition, geopolitical instability, and new industry battlegrounds are creating problems that need solving. Diplomacy must evolve.
America is destined to lead. You cannot escape your fate. A superpower is not going to retire.
Diplomacy today goes beyond government. Our framework empowers everyone, from business leaders and governors to mayors, artists, scientists, and astronauts, to address challenges too complex for governments alone, and equips them to drive new solutions. After all, American leadership is about possibility.
Thanks to the strong bonds of friendship forged through exchange programs like those created by Meridian, our security and prosperity are stronger than ever.
Meridian, empowering leaders for the next era of diplomacy.
Friends and honored guests, please take your seats. The program is about to resume.
For over 65 years, Meridian has strengthened and advanced American leadership, security, and prosperity, connecting global leaders, including more than 180 heads of state, and has served as America's gateway to the world since the Cold War.
The more I continued in politics, the more I valued my experience there.
Friends and honored guests, please take your seats. The program is about to resume.
Today, Meridian stands at a pivotal moment in history.
It's the next frontier for global cooperation, economic opportunity, and American leadership. Space cuts across borders, politics, and generations with the shared pursuit of discovery. It drives innovation, expands markets, strengthens alliances, and shapes the future at unmatched scale. As space becomes increasingly multipolar, commercialized, and contested, the need for international cooperation has never been greater. Today's leaders aren't just launching satellites and missions, they're shaping rules, norms, and partnerships that will guide humanity beyond Earth. At the 2026 Space Diplomacy Forum, Shared Horizons, the public and private sectors have come together to navigate a rapidly evolving space domain. Because the future of space will not be built by one nation alone. It will be built by cooperation, trust, and a shared commitment to keeping space open, safe, and sustainable for all. At Meridian International Center, this is Space Diplomacy in action. frontier for global cooperation, economic opportunity, and American leadership. Please welcome virtual remarks by Arti Halamani, Director, United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs.
Good afternoon. My name is Arti Halamani and I'm Director of UNUSA, the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. My thanks to Meridian International for inviting me to speak at its Space Diplomacy Forum, and I'm very sorry that I can't be with you there in person. Let me start by saying a few words about UNUSA and Vienna, the home of multilateral space diplomacy. Most people wonder why on earth the UN has an office for space and how can it possibly do anything that's relevant to the space sector. I was very much one of those people until I joined UNUSA 2.5 years ago. Well, the UN does have a lot to do with the space sector, and both UNUSA and COPUOS, the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, are very relevant. UNUSA is secretariat to COPUOS, whose treaties, principles, guidelines and resolutions have enabled the space economy that we know today. The committee has continued to deliver across 6 decades, evolving with the political climate and driving decisions on space governance that are ultimately reflected in national...
Please welcome to the stage Frank Justice, Vice President of Open Diplomacy Programs and Director of the Space Diplomacy Initiative at Meridian International Center.
All right, I don't know what happened there. We will hopefully get the director back in a little bit. But in the meantime, thank you all for being here. As the loudspeaker mentioned, I am Frank Justice. I'm a vice president here, and I do direct our Space Diplomacy Initiative. There are no shortage of organizations that focus on space in this town, in this nation, or throughout the world.
Hey, Frank, your voice is echoing.
Is it echoing? It's not just me? Thank you, Courtney, because I was really wondering. All right, is it better now? My family says I'm very loud. Oh, that sounds better. All right, let's try this again. So, there are no shortage of space companies in this town, in this nation, or across the world. What Meridian is adding is our 65 years of international cooperation, global leadership, diplomacy, and network building experience, and applying that to the space domain. Our mission is to preserve American leadership in space, which we believe is only possible through international collaboration. And our aim is to advance as many partnerships between the United States and other nations as possible. Through our Space Diplomacy Initiative, we are increasingly focused on exploring the best avenues for nations to partner with the U.S. on space, as well as identifying and overcoming the barriers to this cooperation. Later this year, we'll be putting out a guide detailing some of the best pathways for nations to partner with the U.S. on space, as well as some of the areas that may not be as promising. We'll be looking to many of you for your support in that and to ensure that that document is as useful as possible. Overall, the idea is when the next nation signs the Artemis Accords and then asks the million-dollar question, what's next? We want to be there with answers and some specific guidance on which routes to take. Meridian is also here to support the American space startups and SMEs in their efforts to explore international partnerships. And I do see some of our partners here in the room. We know that these pathways are often all too limited, especially for those firms with the most specialized, high-value solutions. These companies face time, capacity, and knowledge constraints around navigating ITAR and export control regimes, and they often lack trusted, low-friction venues to meet foreign government and industry counterparts who have concrete needs. Perceptions of compliance risk, especially fear of severe penalties, can inhibit otherwise viable partnerships. Meanwhile, overseas decision makers frequently struggle to identify U.S. SMEs with the exact subsystems, software, and services they require. We see two gaps that are persisting. First is the knowledge and capacity for compliant international engagement, and second is a curated pipeline of credible opportunities for both the U.S. government and foreign demand signals. And I know that's the last panel that we just finished with, kind of reiterated that, and the idea that, you know, maybe export control isn't the problem. Maybe those modifications have been made, but the news hasn't gotten out, neither for our international partners nor U.S. companies. Again, Meridian is looking into this challenge. And last month, we joined with Space Exploration Engineering and Canberra Research to establish the SME Global Space Cooperation Program to address both of these challenges by combining targeted compliance learning, agency engagement to signal USG support, and practical deal flow convenings with foreign counterparts, all packaged together in a model designed for small teams with limited bandwidth. If you want to know more about our SME Global Space Cooperation Program, please check out our website. I believe your programs have a QR code that shares more about that, and anybody on the Meridian team here would be happy to speak with you. Finally, in addition to Meridian's work, convenings like this, our space study tours that we do on a regular basis in collaboration with the Department of State, we're also beginning executive trainings for space sector professionals on space diplomacy, geopolitics, and security. We're partnering with the NGO Space Aims and Dr. Sadia Pekardin to deliver these trainings, and we'll actually be hosting one of those tomorrow morning right here at Meridian. If anybody's interested in learning more about that, I think we have 2 or 3 spots left, so we're happy to talk more about that opportunity. With that, I believe, I'm hopeful that I'm still introducing the next panel. They didn't mention that when they said, get up there and start. But let's hope that I am now welcoming back to the stage Meridian's chairman, the Honorable Fred Hochberg, as well as Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Environmental Observation and Prediction, as well as the Director of the Office of Space Commerce, Taylor Jordan.
So we are trying to run on schedule, and the Assistant Secretary has 15 minutes, so this will be sort of a lightning round. We just met moments ago, and one thing about the Assistant Secretary, his bio is, you can do the QR code with saving paper, saving trees, is in your program. And like many in the Trump administration, he is double-hatted, which means he also has, do you have 2 bosses?
I'm actually my own boss for one of the jobs.
Oh, that's the best. How are you as a boss?
My performance reviews are stellar.
Stellar. And I did take a look at the Assistant Secretary's shoes to see if they were floor shine, and
they are not.
They're not floor shine. So that's an aspiration?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Okay. Very good. But you do have big shoes to fill.
Yes, sir.
Nonetheless. So we're here, we're going to talk a little bit about why the U.S. is such a good market for space investment. So what's our competitive advantage in that regard?
So that's a fantastic question. So
Thank you.
Just to start things off, so Taylor Jordan, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Environmental Observation and Prediction, confirmed by the Senate in October, so I'm only 5 months into this job, and also dual-headed as the Director of the Office of Space Commerce. So wearing my Space Commerce hat, we are laser-focused on being the industry advocate for space, and that manifests itself in a number of different ways, and we're focused on several different priority programs, especially the executive orders that have come out from the White House and the leadership and vision of President Trump. In that, there are several different taskings to the Department of Commerce that we are working on. One of which is what I announced this morning over at the satellite conference, and that's our mission authorization framework. So the executive order tasked the Department of Commerce with putting together a framework for novel space activities. Now, what are novel space activities? They're things that don't exist today in space. They're things that don't have a regulatory path to yes. So that executive order tasked us to figure that out. Go do it. So we worked with the interagency for a number of months. We worked with the industry as well. We got comments, we got feedback, and as of this morning, we have published that on our website, which is fantastic. And we're asking for public comment on that. So if you haven't seen it already, please go to the Office of Space Commerce website. Please, space.commerce.gov. There it is. Please.
Very knowledgeable audience.
It is a few pages, I think 10 to 12 pages. Please take your time, review it. Please send us your comments and feedback. But what that does, it allows a regulatory path to yes within the U.S. government where there perhaps did not exist before. And what that will do will also provide capital markets the confidence that their investment in space companies is going to work out, because now they have a chance to operate in space where before it was a maybe.
And do any of who are big competitors that we have to actually beat at this game?
Well, the U.S. is the global leader in space, and under President Trump's vision, we aim to stay that way. I think some of our biggest competitors may be the European market, the Chinese market as they grow into the future, but we aim to retain our status as the world leader in space. We have the most robust industry, we have transparent regulations, and we are adaptive and accessible.
And what's the role of sort of the public-private partnerships and private money in this?
This is a great question. So as far as public-private partnerships go, this is where I get to turn to my NOAA hat a little bit and how we are changing the way we do business in space. So historically, NOAA in its satellite office, NESDIS, would build satellites, these kind of large satellite systems that are exquisite and have a lot of different instruments. They take 5, 10 years, and they last for 5 years, and they cost multi-billion dollars. We have now transitioned over the last several years to buying commercial data, and maybe we can just buy data, and we can de-risk some of the government platforms by leveraging those public-private partnerships. And earlier this year, I announced at the American Meteorological Society that we have a new IDIQ vehicle that has a multi-billion-dollar ceiling. And we're going to also change the policy under the hood and allow for multi-year contracting. And again, that's going to give the private sector the confidence that, hey, that's not just a 3-month task order to produce some data. That's not just 6 months. That's multi-year, so that you have the confidence that the government is going to be a stable and predictable partner well into the future. So we're actively changing the way we do business in space. Some folks like to say that, hey, commercial data can just augment or it can just supplement the government's data. And that's true. But in some instances, in some data sets, commercial data can rip and replace those data sets. And we've seen that happen already before. And I think that is the real opportunity within the U.S. government as opposed to globally. We leverage the private sector. We allow them to play in our programs of record. And there are multiple agencies and departments writ large across the government that allow that to happen.
Does one thing, the challenge with executive orders is they can be reversed or ignored in the future. Does this need some legislation to make it more reliable, durable, and that people will trust it?
So that's a great question. So
I'm getting a lot of good points here.
In the absence of legislation, the administration is moving ahead, and for instance, for our mission authorization framework, it is a voluntary system using existing authorities, so we don't technically need Congress to weigh in for us to go ahead and move out. Sure, in the future, if they want to codify what we're doing, we would love to work with them to get to a good product. But we obviously value the partnership with Congress to get these things done. President Trump's vision in the executive orders, he's laid out 2 already landmark space executive orders that we couldn't be more thrilled about. And I've talked about one with our mission authorization work, and there's another one in there that I want to talk about as well. And that's the specific call out for the Department of Commerce to muster up the $50 billion of additional investment in space by 2028. So what we're doing internally is we're looking at, hey, okay, what are the mechanisms to do that? And really, we've come up with a few different things. And part of that is deeply intertwined with our mission authorization framework. There is money waiting on the sidelines for that confidence from the U.S. government.
Private sector money, you mean?
Private sector money, correct. There's an opportunity to, if the government has a pathway to yes for novel space activities, that private sector investment waiting on the sidelines will have the confidence to now say, yes, that can happen. Yes, I will invest in that company. Yes, go do that thing, unlocking billions of dollars for the U.S. space economy. That's just one way in which we're going to muster up and accumulate that 50 billion additional dollars.
So some might be confused why this sort of NOAA is involved, you know, versus NASA or defense. Is it the commercialization, the commercial aspects of this that makes why this needs to be housed within Commerce and NOAA?
Absolutely. So the Office of Space Commerce, written into its mandate, is to be the industry advocate. We advocate for industry internally to the U.S. federal government and externally to the private sector and internationally as well. We are a full-service shop advocating on behalf of the U.S. industry. And the other thing I will say is another way we can help reach that $50 billion of additional space investment is by U.S. coordination. Part of that is streamlining the regulations that exist today. Part of that is Office of Space Commerce, and again, leveraging my NOAA hat, talking about how we are changing the way we are doing business, selling that to other federal agencies, NASA, DOW. We all have these programs of record, and we all historically build our own satellites, have our own programs of record that cost billions of dollars. But if we can change our acquisition frameworks to allow for greater bites at the apple from industry, that can also unlock greater confidence in the private market and accumulate wealth for that $50 billion.
What's the role of sort of a, for want of a better word, a traffic cop? I mean, we've seen some horribly tragic accidents in aircraft, passenger aircraft on the ground, but there's a lot of stuff going on up there. How does that all work?
So, again, a great question. So the Office of Space...
I'm going to get to be moderator of the day.
This is great. This is fantastic. You guys should keep this guy. The Office of Space Commerce is working, and so OSC is working on their space situational awareness platform, TRACS, and that is what's going to help us to understand where things are in the atmosphere and in space, and continue to have the confidence that we can operate and then we can give the green light for things to continue to be healthy. I mean, we're looking at some of these larger and larger constellations. We talked about mega constellations and then giga constellations, right? We need to know where those things are, and that is a space safety situation that, again, the Office of Space Commerce has a leading role in.
So we read about people, obviously, like Elon Musk with SpaceX, which I actually worked a lot with when I chaired the Export-Import Bank. We have Jeff Bezos with Blue Origin. We have Richard Branson with Virgin Galactica. And they seem to all have very different views of space, you know, whether it's about colonizing other planets, whether it's doing manufacturing in space, whether it's tourism. Can you unpack that a little bit for us? And who are some of the other players that maybe aren't as obvious to the rest of us?
Sure. So the U.S. has the most robust space enterprise in the entire world. I can't speak to specifically what Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos wants to do with their different programs, but I do know that we are blessed to have innovators in America that want to push the envelope and continue to provide new technologies to meet government missions, private missions, to improve the life and our understanding of the Earth, of our atmosphere, of other planets, and that really is something that we should allow to operate. So in this administration, in President Trump's vision, he is breaking down those barriers that exist in regulation and making sure that we will continue to be the leader. So really it's about nourishing the marketplace, it's about nourishing the science and the technology and the innovation that happens in America, and we will continue to do that.
And obviously the Defense Department has a lot of interest in space as well. How do you coordinate those sort of commercial interests with national security and the defense infrastructure?
So as the industry advocate, we work with all the departments and the agencies across the federal government. We routinely work with the Department of War and all the programs that they are working on, as well as NASA, as well as NOAA. And it's really great to wear both of these hats and leverage both jobs for that role. But again, like I was saying earlier, you know, what we are doing to change the way we do business in space with these different types of FAR-based acquisition models, or using OTA, which, you know, we want to go fast, we want to do things differently.
What is OTA?
Other Transaction Authority, which is a non-FAR-based.
Knew that, right?
So utilizing these new frameworks, and then put on my salesman hat, go to NASA, go to DOW, and tell them, hey, look, this is how I'm doing things over here, and it's working, and I'm meeting my mission, and I'm doing it better, faster, cheaper, stronger. You guys can do it too over there. That opens up more opportunities for more commercial companies because we have the most in America. Everyone can play in the same sandbox.
So, since you told me you're double-hatted and you're going to stay that way, this is all very good, but some of us care about the weather, which is your other hat. So I live in Florida. Do I have to worry about hurricanes this fall?
Our hurricane forecast will be coming out. I believe it comes out in the May timeframe. So TBD, but of course, annual hurricanes are a high-impact weather event. We have the full technology stack in place. We have the people in place at our weather forecast offices, and we have the best technology in the world to give a life-saving forecast to all citizens.
So what I did a little reading and preparing for today, it's one of the hard things with weather systems and storms and hurricanes is actually forecasting intensity. Can you unpack that? We have 1 minute and 28 seconds.
So intensity is a difficult problem. We have gotten so good at forecasting hurricanes over the last few decades. You know, the hurricane cone that many of you are familiar with, we've seen that get smaller and smaller as the years go by. We are still working on how we better forecast intensity. That is a difficult question. And a lot of folks ask me, sometimes you're wrong about the weather, like a couple days in advance. Why are you wrong? Aren't we better than that? And the answer is, forecasting something in the future is hard. And we really try to do it, and we try to do it really well. NOAA spends billions of dollars every single year to forecast what is going to happen in a couple days. Part of that, there's multiple legs to the stool on how you create an accurate weather forecast. You got to have a good model. You got to have good observations. That's where commercial satellite data comes in. And then you got to have good high-performance computing. Mix all those together, create the recipe, spit out a weather forecast, and that's how we're going to save lives and property.
Anything you want to leave our audience with that we didn't get to yet? We have 16 seconds. We've got plenty of time.
This is perfect. Thank you for having me here today and speaking a little bit about what we're doing at the Office of Space Commerce, what we're doing at NOAA. I love to say that I have 2 first names, Taylor Jordan, or 2 last names, depending on how you look at it. I have one of the easiest names in government. My email is taylor.jordan@noaa.gov. Please reach out to me, and let's have a conversation. There's a lot to be said. There's a lot to talk about. We're doing a lot of great things in this administration with space, with weather, and I'm really looking forward to the future.
Do not email him if you're unhappy with the weather forecast. Anything else is fine.
Thank you.
So let's give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Jacqueline Feldscher, Managing Editor at Payload, Dr. Zhong Jingo, Director General, Taiwan Space Agency, Andrew Johnson, Deputy Head, New Zealand Space Agency, and Anil Bobby Prakash, General Director, SLA India.
Thank you everyone so much for being here today. I am so excited about this panel to talk about how governments and commercial entities are working together to keep space usable for all. So we're talking about space sustainability, debris, norms of behavior, and we're so lucky to be joined by speakers from around the world to talk about the role that these more emerging nations can play in this conversation. So to start off with, governments and international bodies have historically, set these rules of behavior in space. But so much of the industry today relies on commercial partners who have already, we've seen them taking steps to protect this domain where they make their money, right? It's in their interest for companies to behave responsibly. What are the most effective models you've seen for governments and industry to work together and co-develop these standards, especially for SSA and debris mitigation? Anil, we can start with you and we'll go down the line.
First of all, thank you very much. It's my great honor to be here among the August gathering. First of all, I think start with that everything you do, there are certain rules, regulations, whether you are at home or you're at school or you are at work. So those rules and regulation keeps things at things. So I think we are getting into the new world order in terms of the space, and eventually rules have to follow. There is no set rule has been set up. So I think it's very important that we set those rules, regulations, which will be healthy in terms of the whatever respect you can do, whether it's a commercial, whether it is a political or things. So I think with that note, I think this is a very important session. We're going to be enjoy very much. Thank you very much.
Andrew, over to you, kind of what you're seeing from New Zealand in terms of the partnership between industry and government in setting these norms.
Yeah, thanks, Jacqueline. From New Zealand's point of view, what we look to do is anchor our approach in some of the high-level frameworks like the UN debris mitigation guidelines, the Artemis Accords, of which New Zealand's a proud signatory, and also industry guidelines such as those issued by CONFLS. And we use that really as a bedrock, as a baseline, which we then can build on through our regulatory system. So our regulatory system will often be confronted with situations which are a lot more specific, and need some more tailored approach. So we start from those foundation guidelines that I mentioned as a starting point, but then we can build our operational policies on top of that, which often manifests in the regulatory system as a condition or a set of conditions that might be attached to a license or a permit that we issue for our industry. And when we're developing those operational policies, we take care to involve our industry. In New Zealand, we're fortunate that there's a vibrant industry, but still a small enough industry that we have very good connections and relations with those. So it's often a co-development process, bringing in the industry and how we're forming those operational policies. And in the New Zealand case, we try to focus very much on outcomes rather than being too prescriptive about what are the requirements that industry players need to meet.
And Dr. Wu, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you for Jacqueline for moderating this panel. I'm very pleased to join this distinguished panel to discuss the importance of the orbital stewardship and global space standards. As you know, the space activity, increase, expand so rapidly. We are seeing an increasingly crowded and dynamic orbital environment. And in this context, effective orbital stewardship depends not only on government, but also on private sector and also international cooperation. From a TASA, Taiwan Space Agency perspective, much of our operations coordination focus on through the space situation awareness. So compared with the large spacefaring countries, TASA operate only a relative small fleet and launch only a few limited number of satellites each year. However, precisely because of this, these are very precious national investment, so we require responsible operations and reliable SSA. So we rely quite a lot on international cooperation so far. Yeah.
I want to talk next. Andrew, you referenced the Outer Space Treaty and the Artemis Accords. Obviously great steps towards setting some of these norms. But in terms of kind of making sure that people are actually following these rules, there's really nothing in there that's enforceable or binding, especially in the Artemis Accords. So how, and I'd like all three of you to weigh in here as well, but Andrew, we'll start with you. How do you ensure that these rules that are set are actually being followed and becoming the norm versus only being followed by the people who do opt in given that, space kind of requires the opt-in from everyone. There aren't borders in space.
Yeah, so from New Zealand's perspective, we look to embed these requirements into our licensing processes. So our Outer Space and High Altitude Activities Act has a set of requirements that relate to safety, security, our international obligations. So the UN obligations I referenced earlier are actually built into our law. And each time we are looking for a satellite to launch from New Zealand, they have to essentially pass a series of tests to ensure that they're going to comply with that law. And on the orbital debris side, that's all about having a compliant orbital debris mitigation plan covering debris release, breakup prevention, collision avoidance, and re-entry requirements or end-of-life disposal. And we take the monitoring of that pretty seriously. We've got a function in our regulatory team looking at that carefully. Of course, that only covers the satellites that are launched from New Zealand. So how do we sort of push standards more comprehensively internationally? That's where I think we've got an advocacy role to play. There aren't that many states launching currently, so if we have the launching states taking these responsibilities seriously and then using the opportunity in international fora such as UN COPUOS to advocate that approach to other countries which are maybe in the early processes of standing up their own launch activities and regulatory systems. So New Zealand's taken that opportunity and uses the UN and other forums to advertise the way we've approached it on the regulatory side, because for us it's very much learning by doing. We have to do it because of the activities coming through our system.
And Dr. Wu, can you provide the picture from Taiwan about how you are working to make sure that Taiwanese space companies are kind of following these best practices?
Yeah, but because Andrew just mentioned that we have some concern because we are not a member of the United Nations of COPUOS and or other international coordination framework. So the approach we adopt is we actively engage through partnership and technical cooperation and operation alignment. So we monitor frequently international best practice and align operation with global standards. Also, I think the data sharing, transparency is very, very important to mitigate this risk. That's how we did it. Yeah.
And Neil, India is obviously a launching state, so I wonder if you can, talk about your approach, if it's similar to Andrew's in New Zealand, or how you handle, ensuring compliance with the rules and regulations for Indian countries.
I think this is the job of our space agency but I think as a responsible industry association, we fully aligned whatever the international treaties are, international lines are, and I think India is also stand for that. We are also a part of the Artemis Accord, and so being a failing space nation, I think our responsibility is to work that the space is become not that contested or congested. I think it is livable because the future lies in there. So as an industry, we are fully aware about the consequences of the policy and the regulatory framework. And it is also, but you cannot do things in isolation. You have to work in international cooperation, and you have to see. And of course, we have opened our private sector recently, last 4 years for the space. So we are still following the big step by our space agency, the fourth thing. And I think, but at the same time, quickly we are learning while we're coming around across and meeting and those all other policymakers and discussing about. I think that at the same time we also giving the feedback to our policymaker that what is to be done, what is not to be done in a different platform. Thank you.
So Andrew, you've already touched on this a little bit. New Zealand is, perhaps smaller than some other nations in space, but is quickly becoming a global power player in space. You mentioned launch. Obviously, you have Rocket Lab, which is a global launch power. How can emerging space stations, help actually shape global norms versus just adopting rules that are set by some of the nations who have more robust space programs at this time?
Yeah, it's interesting because New Zealand is a small player internationally in most fields, but with less than 15 states sort of actively involved in launch activities, we do have an influence on the norms and the way people behave with respect to those activities. And it's actually an even smaller number of states that are really active regulating commercial third parties. So a number of states will be launching their own sovereign systems, and while I'm sure they do have their own rules and guidelines to follow, we've seen many times that sovereign launchers will make ample use of waivers and make the mission work, basically, if it's in the national interest to do so. That's not so much an option for a system like ours, where all the activity is done by a commercial third party, and we need to make sure that the approach we use this time with Rocket Lab is the same approach we're going to use if another operator comes to New Zealand and seeks to launch from New Zealand. So what that opens up, actually, is an opportunity to create some influence, because there aren't too many people out there who are establishing regulations on some activities. So to use an example that we've had recently, Rocket Lab launched a mission that involved active debris removal, and that's a really novel area for the world. There aren't a set of regulations we can just cut and paste off the internet, so we had to do some industry engagement, work with some industry guidelines, talk to some of our close partners, and come up with our own operational policies for that. But now that we've got those in place, there's an opportunity to champion those for who does this activity next. And the rise of commercial space activities means that increasingly we're going to see those commercial operations spread into other countries as well. So there will be sovereign activity for sure, I'm sure that can continue, but more and more commercial activity will mean the demand for things like guidelines and regulations will start to be there. And, and certainly in our case, one of the first things we do whenever we're regulating a new area will be to look around overseas and see what everyone else has done. So I think that's a way a small state like New Zealand can have real influence.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I want to pivot a little bit from launch to telecom. Bobby, you've obviously spent a lot of your career working in telecommunications and regulatory policy, including with the ITU. So what lessons did you learn, or did you see in kind of the governance of global telecom that you think can be applied to spectrum coordination and orbital traffic? Kind of how did lessons you learned at the ITU, how do you think they can be applied to other parts of space regulation?
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. The spectrum is the lifeline of any technology to propel or to penetrate, and it's so important in the satellite. And India is the original signatory of the ITU and the member state, and we work very religiously to follow the ITU principles and whatever the recommendations are. But moreover, I think last 10 years or so, everyone has seen that the mobile world is taken up everything and trying to capture the spectrum, not only waiting for the IMT, but for the other sector also. And we have been seeing that the trend is great, going further and impacting the services of other sectors, especially in the satellite. Nevertheless, but we see there is a progression is taking place in the terrestrial satellite integration, which is NT, is happening. 3GPP released 18 and further, and I think this gives a impulse scope that there is a light out of the tunnel. So there is definitely, but I think we are passing through a what you can say turbulence time, and I think this is surviving through turbulent time. I think there are a lot of, you can see the merger acquisitions and consolidation is happening in the satellite world. But eventually, I think it is the customer is going to have the seamless connectivity, whether direct to device and all. I think I'm a firm believer that I think this is going to lead us to a better future for all of us. So at least your mobile phone, which you have in hand, it is capable of, connecting with you, whether you are into traditional network or whether you're a satellite. So I'm very positive about that. Thank you.
Dr. Wu, you talked about, increasing congestion in space and orbits getting busier and busier. With Taiwan conducting increasingly complex missions, what have you learned about, creating missions in these busy orbits to reduce risks as much as possible?
I think that's just like you just mentioned the ITU, and Taiwan is not a member of ITU, unfortunately. So we have hard time on that. So I think the international cooperation through the technology partnership is very important for Taiwan to get around this problem. So in addition to the domestic development, so we take the approach of domestic and also international collaboration and follow the international standard very closely if possible. Yeah, that's what our approach is doing now. Yeah.
So I want to talk a little bit about space situational awareness. Obviously something that impacts all actors in space, not something you can say, oh, we're only going to work with people from our country. In the US, it looks like the TRACS program that is being run by the Office of Space Commerce, who you just heard from. But I'm curious to hear from each of you, and Anil, we can start with you, on how your countries are approaching SSA and tracking data in space, and how you're looking to work with other partners to get a more complete view of the data of where stuff is in orbit.
I think this is very important that we use with the SSA for both for strategic, critical, and for our logistics and other things, because it's very important that I think this is required a close cooperation, international cooperation with that. I think you are developing technology for doing the SSA, but at the same time there are other things that are also good available outside. I think there's a need for cooperation in that sense. So it's very important that you have to have a space situational awareness, which is, I see this as a very critical at this time. Thank you.
What about for you, Andrew? How are you approaching it in New Zealand, and do you think there needs to be a more structured international way of sharing data on SSA?
Yes, I think that's right, but I do think New Zealand has to take its own action as well. We can't wait for an international system to be established. So the way it works in New Zealand, again, I had to keep coming back to this learning by doing that we use through our regulatory system, but we've learned the hard way that requirements like having contact details for any satellite that's launched, particularly when we've got conjunction warnings being issued, it can be an emergency situation for companies to be able to get in touch with each other and manoeuvre if need be. And so that's a requirement that we've now built into our licenses that we issue for our satellites. So that's one way that we help with the space situational awareness and the sort of industry contact level. It would be good to see that approach be more consistently rolled out in other countries. Another example we've had is with very, very small satellites, where we know in the past at least trackability has been a concern. So one of the requirements we've introduced there is to for satellites that are smaller than 1U to basically demonstrate how they can increase their cross-sectional radar area in such a way that they're able to be tracked and monitored by other satellites in the area. We monitor how the behaviour of our satellites once they're launched very closely, and we are up for considering other approaches as well. So, for example, I mentioned the contact details that we require to be made public. We are thinking about whether that needs to be done through a unified single place, such as SpaceTrack, to make sure that there's a single place that everyone can go for that kind of information.
Dr. Wu, over to you on Taiwan.
In Taiwan, as a matter of fact, we have the SSA collaboration with U.S. Space Force for quite a long time, and recently we are able to access JCO, Joint Commercial Operations under U.S. Space Force. Recently, also we are also able to access through EU SST. I think just space surveillance and tracking. So with this, I think it provides us abundance of SSA information, which is quite helpful. In addition, we also have a very positive experience in working with private sectors. And I think they do provide a very timely, efficient, and innovative way of the SSA information data sharing. So I think the commercial space activity increase so rapidly, I think it's how to coordinate and sort of work with commercial entity become very crucial in maintaining the orbital safety in the future.
So I want to talk with each of you a little bit about lessons learned. I know, Andrew, you've already talked about, you know, the debris removal mission and how New Zealand handled that kind of novel technology. With all the launches going out of New Zealand and all the new missions that are launching aboard those, what lessons have you learned with balancing, you know, the need for oversight and the need for regulations with the desire to, you know, let innovation fly?
Yeah, thanks, Jacqueline. And, you know, New Zealand's really going from strength to strength here. So we're up over 70 missions now launched from New Zealand. In terms of number of launches hosted, we're actually number 3 in the world, which is pretty amazing if you think about it. There's the United States, China, and then there's New Zealand. So, you know, the approach that I suppose that we try to bring to things is to be flexible and enabling, and really have a performance-based system rather than try and be too prescriptive. So we do focus on outcomes, and we set expectations rather than prescribing detailed requirements. And that really gives us, I think, an inbuilt flexibility to respond to different circumstances and different situations. Yeah, I did reference earlier our active debris removal policy. That's one example. We also had a mission in 2022. It was to the moon, which is pretty amazing as well. New Zealand launching a rocket to the moon with the Pathfinder mission for Artemis capstone. And so that required us to confront the issues of what do we do with the payload once it's finished its mission around the moon, lunar disposal, which again we were lucky to be able to draw on some industry guidelines for that. And again, wanted to set a sort of an outcomes-based approach to that rather than being too definitive, and gave some flexibility in terms of options of how people met those detailed outcomes in terms of minimising the impact. The other thing I think I'd say from a New Zealand perspective, even though we're a new player and our act was actually only passed in 2017, we're quite conscious in this sector that modernisation isn't a sort of set and forget kind of activity. We need to keep reviewing our approach, and in fact we've got some active work underway at the moment to think about how enabling has our system actually been. You know, there's a number of things we were worried about when the law was first passed, that, you know, 150 plus payloads later we find are maybe not the concern that we thought they were. So we're taking the opportunity to have a good look at modernising our law, even though it's less than 10 years old, to make sure that we kind of keep pace with the sector and continue to enable innovation.
So I want to turn over to India next, Anil. The Indian space sector is doing so much cool stuff, so many new startups, so much new technology. From your perspective with SIA India, what is the role of industry associations in all of this in terms of setting these norms of behavior, and any lessons learned you can share from your organization on that?
So industry has to play an active and important role in the whole situation. We have the annual flagship event called India Space Congress. The last India Space Congress, on 26 June, we have a New Delhi declaration on space sustainable debris mitigation. That is the initiative taken from the industry. So we came out with the active plan, and there are 6 pillars to it, and each one has to work. And there are work in progress. And once this report is complete, then we will share with our policymaker about that's what the industry, have collected the information. And we can't be just silent and see that what's advancement is taking place in overseas or internationally, and then we follow that. At the same time, we have to be, proactive in terms of that. And second thing is very important is cataloging those debris. And so far, that's only 10 centimeters up of are being cataloged. What about then? So the cataloging is also very important. So at the same time, we also have to. Then we also have the way technology should come into way. Whatever the new launches are going up, they should be the one where you have to drive them up after their life to the graveyard and or to bring back. So those things or increase their life expectancy in terms of the onboard services like that. So these are the things which industry is looking forward very much. Thank you.
Working with the commercial sector and with international partners, obviously something we've heard about a lot in Washington this week as NASA has announced all of their changes with the Ignition program. But Dr. Wu, would love to hear how you're approaching this with Taiwan, how you're, as TASA's mission set is expanding, how you're working with commercial and international partners.
I think government historically set up the rules, okay, and in space, but today I think much innovation and activity operation comes from the private sectors. So how to coordinate and engage with the operation, how to apply the commercial capability to facilitate the safe operation of the satellite in space, I think is crucial. And especially in Taiwan, we do not have so far we just established our launch vehicle program. So still far away from the real launch activity like India or New Zealand. So for us, how to catch up, and also I think there's some need to design how to the data sharing and among different entities, government, private sector, and international partner, as in crucial for us to operate safely in the future.
I want to talk a little bit about, how to act. We've talked a lot about rules and regulations and norms today, but how to actually get players to follow them, both governments and commercial. As I said at the beginning, it's in everyone's best interest for space to remain usable. But today, any sort of, authoritative enforcement mechanism is split between different organizations. So, Anil, would love to start with you, kind of what you think the best way is to encourage adherence to these norms, whether it's, positives for those who do, kind of punishments for those who don't. Would love to get your thoughts on that.
I think in the beginning I just said the rules have to be made and those rules have to be followed. And I think all these, the rules don't follow, then there have to be proper monitoring to it. So at least those who are violating those, they should be brought to the books. So I think that's required, the international cooperation. Each one should work. And I from the industry side, that we are equally responsible for that thing. So the rules have to be followed. Rules have to first made, then to follow. Thank you.
Andrew, over to you. Any thoughts on kind of how, once the rules are made, to ensure that they are followed, and any other industries that you think could be models for this?
I have a wee think about the other industries while I'm talking, but in terms of how to make sure people follow the rules, in our experience, the people who are coming to launch satellites, and certainly the launch operators, not single-player games. The launchers are going to want to be there for many years, and very often the payloads will come back to the same launchers. So, if someone was to choose, although we have limited options once someone is on orbit, if they're not following the requirements that we've set out in our regulations, we do also have the ex-ante power the next time they come back. So, and on top of that, I would say we also have the ability to make it clear to other regulators when someone maybe hasn't followed the procedures that we have put in place. I might have to pass over to Dr. Wu perhaps to think about other industries. Can you think of any other examples where other industries we could learn from for compliance mechanisms?
I think it's pretty tough. Okay, and all those will need to be recognized by all stakeholders, otherwise they won't follow. So I think we need to be patient. And through a lot of negotiation, coordination, and also engage intensely to set up some, data sharing standard, and also I think this needs a lot of work to work together, and yes, it's very tough.
I know one thing I was thinking, I know I kind of sprung that on you. I was thinking about like green energy subsidies for companies, right? Like, is there a way to model some sort of incentives like that? Obviously very different industries, but didn't mean to spring that on you. We have about a minute left. I would love, Dr. Wu, to start with you and just sort of do like a quick lightning round about kind of your biggest predictions about kind of orbital stewardship for the next decade. Sort of, where do you think we are 10 years from now?
It's very difficult to imagine, but as you know, the orbit is so congested, become more increasingly congested, and also very dynamic. I think we are just worried, and something might happen. And if some evil country, if they do something really evil, that's something really disaster for humankind. So we need to be very cautious and be patient to handle this matter.
What about you, Andrew?
Yeah, I think the future is really going to be through joining up ways of regulating activity from the bottom up rather than waiting for a top-down solution, because this is an industry that is going forward and it's going to happen. It's not going to wait for rules from the top down. So finding ways to cooperate from the bottom up, from at the moment a relatively small number of parties regulating the activity, I think that's the way forward.
I think Anil, you'll have the last word.
Yeah, thank you. I think this is what you are leaving behind our future generation. I think we have to act fast, and we have to have a coordinated way. So at least because things are happening. Tens of thousands of satellites are being, and there is already thing, and some satellite which is being launched earlier, there's no data available for those. So I think this is very important for us.
Well, great. It's been a fascinating conversation. Thank you all so much for traveling so far to be here, and thank you to our audience.
Please welcome to the stage Kelly Wicker, Vice President of the Center for Technology, Innovation, and Space at Meridian International Center, and Adele Soleil, CEO, SES.
Thank you, and please welcome Adele. Thanks for joining us on the stage today. I'm excited to talk about this with you because SES operates a complex and global fleet of satellites and is a key player in enabling global connectivity. So this is perfect to be able to speak with you for this conversation on building resilience into the supply chain and working internationally across continents, clients, and providers. So just to get us started, from where you sit, what does SES's operational footprint reveal about where the satellite supply chain is genuinely resilient and where maybe there's some fragility we should address?
So SES is a multi-orbit operator. Right? So a lot of people talk about Starlink and Amazon LEO and the whole LEO constellations. We actually operate in different orbits. And we believe that the overall architecture of space requires these multi-orbits. We'll talk about them a little bit later. Given that we are headquartered in Europe but have very large presence in the US and overall globally, our supply chain is spread between Europe, US, Asia. And in general, space supply chain has been single-threaded in many different critical components. In order to be successful, you actually have to contract for very long periods of time, and we're very well ahead of what we're trying to do in terms of building constellation, launching satellites, and operating satellites, which is very fragile. It's not helpful. So the whole industry is now working on ways of how do we de-risk that, and how do we create supply chains that are more resilient, that we can use more standards, we can use common components between non-terrestrial network, i.e. space networks versus terrestrial networks, which is what you see in 5G rollouts and fibers in the ground, et cetera. So today we're fragile, but we're working very hard to make that more robust.
And I know SES just announced Meosphere, your next generation constellation with K2 Space. For this audience, can you walk us through why this orbit, why this partnership, and what the investment model behind it says about where the industry is heading?
Okay. How many of you understand the different orbits in space? Can I see some hands? Oh, you're a very well-educated audience. Okay. So as you know, there are 3 orbits, and there may be more, but today there's LEO, which is the closest to Earth, anywhere between 300 kilometers to about 1.2 thousand kilometers. You can translate into miles, and I can't do the math. And because they fly so close to Earth, they have a limited vision of Earth, which means in order to cover the globe, you have to have a lot more satellites to do that. The next orbit is called mid-Earth orbit, MEO, and it's 8,000 kilometers above Earth. MEO has been widely used by governments. Some of our navigation satellites globally, GPS, some of the military satellites have been present in MEO for a long, long time. The only commercial player in MEO is SES. So we believe in that orbit, and the reason for that is driven by the economics and the special positioning of the orbit. Because you are 8,000 kilometers above Earth, you don't need as many satellites to cover the entire Earth, because you have a bigger angle and a bigger view of Earth when you fly that high. And then the last orbit is the GEO satellites, which have been around forever. We've been around, by the way, for a cumulative 100 years. We just acquired Intelsat. Intelsat's been around for 60 years. Intelsat was the first commercial satellite operator that was actually developed and built by multi-country setup. U.S. was being the leader in creating that company. They've been around for 60 years. SES has been around for 40 years. That's 100 years cumulative. And we started in the GEO arc. GEO arc is 32,000 kilometers above Earth. So you just need like 4 satellites, GEO, to cover the Earth. Right? You don't need a lot of them. But of course, every orbit has its pluses and minuses. I'm not going to go into a lot of details about it. What LEO is really good at is consumer broadband, low latency. It's fantastic for that. As you go higher, of course, the latency gets worse, but you can do other missions besides consumer broadband. The reason we like MEO, even though it's the harshest orbit away from Earth in terms of radiation. So when there are sun showers, I mean, we get the brunt of it in MEO, just because of the physics and where it's located. I can explain it a little bit more. But we like it because it's very close to Earth, even though not as close as LEO. So it gives us the latency. It doesn't require as many launches because we don't need as many satellites. So economically, it's for us as a company, it's a model that works. So we just announced the next generation of these MEO satellites. It's our 3rd generation. And we're very excited because we're actually using a US new space startup. It's called K2. I don't consider them a startup anymore. They've been around for 3 years, but they have evolved incredibly fast. And they'll provide our bus, which is what basically carries the computing power, what's called the payloads on that satellite. It has the solar panels, it has the engines to fly, if you will, etc. And we are building the payload that goes on top of it. And the combination of the two gives you the most advanced satellite capability you can have. And because we have big satellites, each is about 2.5 tons to 3 tons, we can do many missions with that satellite. So people talk about data center in space, where we do edge computing in space today. Inter-satellite links, that's what we do today. Space awareness, we want to do more of that. Missile detection, we have enough space on the satellite to be able to do that. So we're very excited about that. A lot of governments are very excited about to explore how we can work with them.
And I want to talk a little bit about, I think there's a couple of unique characteristics of this partnership that go to some of that resilience question of how do we build in the resilience. I believe that Meosphere is going to be an iterative launch, or iterative deployment, right? Does that address any specific, does that increase our resilience in terms of the supply chain?
Well, look, the space industry is evolving at an incredible speed, unprecedented. If you look at the last couple of years, the industry doubled in its size from 300 billion to 600 billion. I think we're more than 600 billion. McKinsey did the study to say by 2035 we could be 1.8 trillion. I think it will be much more than that. SpaceX valuation alone is going to be 1.2 billion, 1 trillion, maybe even more, and so on. So it's evolving, and the industry is disrupted massively by the entrance of these new space players. Starlink is being one of them. SpaceX is one of them. SpaceX changed the game not only from a satellite perspective, but also from an access to space, right? They are now like the reliable rockets that we can ride whenever we need to launch satellites. It was not the case for many, many decades. But there are many other smaller companies that are innovating, that are changing the way space works. Our challenge as a legacy player is 100 years, right? Cumulative to be in the industry. We've worked all of our lives with the well-known players like people like Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman and Airbus and Thales, etc. And the pace of innovation of these existing players and the cost points of these existing players are no longer competitive. So if you think about how long did it take us to develop a new satellite or a new constellation, it's between 5 to 7 years. That's an eternity. It's an eternity. Right? The new players are like innovating every year. So they bring new capabilities every year. So we have to transform. So the reason we're tapping into the new space companies and changing the way we innovate is because to drive that speed of innovation. And the costs need to come down. Does it make us more resilient? Not necessarily, right? What MEO does, it creates resilience, right? Because the reason you need 3 orbits is if you have failures, like for example, on the ground, when you lay out fiber and you put up a data center, you typically would want 3 different fiber lines coming into your data center, minimum, from 3 different companies. And they all need to be physically separate. Can't have them in one duct coming into the data center. They have to be very different, one coming from the north, one from the south, one coming, et cetera, et cetera. Same thing in space. If you're building a network, a resilient network, you need multi-orbit because one will fail. One will be attacked, right? Independent what it is. And to be able to move your data and move your waveforms between orbits is what makes us more resilient.
I want to talk a little bit about a case study. I love something concrete. Let's talk about something concrete. SES has so many interesting global deployments that we could talk about. But one that really caught our eye was that SES recently deployed satellite capabilities to support refugee communities in Chad. And so moving past just the short-term emergency response to sustained connectivity, which is, I think, is really important to a lot of the people that are in the room today. What did this deployment in Chad or similar deployments reveal about satellite supply chain strengths and weaknesses? And how can industry and governments both build more resilient systems for the humanitarian needs, but also these long-term commercial needs?
So first of all, our purpose as a company, and many space companies, is grounded in addressing the digital divide across the globe. That's the core of space companies. Majority of us, right? And our purpose as a company, our declared purpose is space to make a difference. So we do a lot of work in Africa, we do a lot of work in Amazon, we do a lot of work in Southeast Asia, and we don't realize this today, but satellites provide the consistent connectivity for these remote spaces. Islands, nations that do not have the capability to build fiber networks or mobile networks, et cetera, et cetera. And that's been kind of the core of our business for ages, before space became a warfighting domain. Right? As it became a warfighting domain, our opportunity to work with governments on other things became quite significant. But at the core, We're about connecting the unconnected. As a matter of fact, our existing MEO constellation that exists today, which was built with Boeing, that's the most advanced system in space. Each satellite can generate more than 6,000 beams simultaneously, and beams are the ones that deliver the connectivity. It's called O3B mPOWER. And O3B stands for other 3 billion. There are 3 billion people unconnected in the world. And we do both things. We do emergency response. We have great partnership with the Whitaker Foundation. We got recognized as a winner in Africa for that, where we connect schools, we connect hospitals, we enable education. And through that work, we're actually driving economic growth in these areas, right? So the one you referred to in Chad, which was driven with Luxembourg government emergency response, to be able to connect things when the networks fail, is one initiative. But actually, we do a lot more in connecting very remote villages and campuses that is just very difficult to get to with the terrestrial networks. And that's a big part of our business. Not necessarily economically, right? But from a belief and from the foundation of, you know, we've got to connect these folks, we've got to change, we've got to fix that digital divide.
I really appreciate that both in this conversation and some of the earlier panels, we've talked a lot about Africa and other global south regions as opportunities as opposed to simply cases for assistance. But I know sometimes there's difficulty working with partners because of risk tolerances. Can you talk a little bit about how SES has found the way forward to be able to work with maybe some difficult situations?
Look, we accept the risk profile that comes with that, right? Of course, there are different risk levels, right? I mean, I mean, this is public news. I mean, we have a big facility in Israel, and it was just hit, right? It was hit by Hezbollah, and it's not hard to find us. If you go into Google Maps, you'll see that the biggest teleport in Israel is SES. It's a commercial site. It's actually the site that does NFL Super Bowl distribution globally. It does PGA, it does ATP, it does Formula One, et cetera, et cetera. So there is a level of tolerance we have. And when we go into these remote geographies, not to say that Israel is a remote geography, but when you go to Africa, when you go to the Amazon, when you go to Southeast Asia islands, right? There is a certain level of tolerance we have because we need to build ground infrastructure in order to create a global network. So people think about satellite companies are guys in space, but actually we run more than 500,000 fiber networks around the world. The reason we need that is you need to land the signal, right? You can transmit the signal in space, you can capture the signal from the ground, but you need to bring it down to Earth. So we have to have these ground infrastructures all over the world, right? And some of the big ones sit in these remote islands, right? And so we built that tolerance for risk. We always protect our people first. So for example, the reason I went to Israel is at that time when the war started, we mandated that everybody works from home. And we have an agreement with the Israeli government that we need to get alerts first, because we need to send our people to the bunkers. So our people's safety is something we do not compromise in, right? So we look for local partners as well, who are local and that live in these countries. We educate them how to put these infrastructures in place. We educate them how to manage them. And our experts travel all over the world. And we work with governments, right? So we work with governments to get certainties and protections and things like that. So we don't typically ask them to pay for a lot of this stuff, but we ask them to protect us, right? Physically, as well as, you know, make sure that we have the right capabilities we need them.
I think as we come to the close of our discussion, I want to finish with maybe a question that's a bit on the nose at the Space Diplomacy Forum. But the private sector's role in space diplomacy has clearly evolved in the modern age. I would love to hear your perspective on SES's accountability in this role as a diplomat and where interoperability fits into that picture.
My biggest worry as the CEO of SES is actually the geopolitics right now. Because by nature, we're a global player, right? we don't build constellations that are just local because we surround the Earth, right? And for 100 years, SES has been well-recognized player on both sides of the Atlantic, right? We have big presence in the US. We have the highest level of security clearances to do work with the US government, and we're present in Europe, and we have the same thing in Europe, and we run them quite independently to make sure we comply with the security requirements. I'm very worried with today's world, right, and where we're heading, and how could that impact our business? Starting with regulatory environments, for example, Europe just put out a proposal for a new Space Act, which is a regulatory framework that actually causes problems for us as a European, because we are a licensed US operator, in addition to being a licensed European operator. And I'm very worried about protectionist environment that we're beginning to see, and the bifurcation of, between the Western allies, right? It's a very big worry for us, not only from the supply chain point of view, because you started the conversation with supply chain, but actually regulatory frameworks. How do we work? How do we share? Today, the way we work in space, we work very closely with Starlink. We work very closely with Amazon. We work very closely with governmental agencies on both sides of the Atlantic in order to be able to coordinate what we're doing in space. When there is an accident in space, it creates havoc. I mean, a failed satellite, and we had a couple of those that explodes or breaks up, and it generates thousands of particles, and our satellite can be destroyed with a millimeter particle, because they travel like bullets, right? And so coordination and making sure that we're all working together is super critical for this industry to be successful going forward. So this topic is real important.
I'm going to give you one quick hit to finish this out. I'd like to finish with a look to the future. If SES could design a satellite network with no limitations, what are the capabilities or the innovations that you would prioritize to achieve global connectivity?
Well, it's beyond global connectivity now, right? Because our current designs are built in order to be able to do other missions than just connectivity. We see space, I mean, Elon talks about data centers in space. I think that's a little bit out, but it will happen, right? There will be data center space. But beyond data center in space, there'll be manufacturing in space. There'll be pharmaceutical guys are already looking at, could we do better in terms of research and manufacturing in a no-gravity environment, right? Does that give us an economic advantage? There are other chemical productions and manufacturing ideas that people are putting together. So our view of space, it's actually shifting the paradigm, because everything that space has been doing to date, it's been about making our lives on Earth better. And it's shifting to a different paradigm, which is moving human life into space. Right? So there'll be an incredible amount of changes that are coming up, and we're excited about that.
Well, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking Adel for this wonderful conversation.
Please welcome to the stage Kelly Kiedis-Ogborn, Strategic Advisor, Global Markets and Industry Engagement at Commercial Space Federation. Praveen Vetrivel, Chief Executive Officer, SLI. Caitlin Heffernan, Senior Vice President, Infrastructure and Energy Capital at Macquarie Capital. And Frederick Gustafsson, Chief Financial Officer and Strategy Officer, Swiss to 12.
Well, thank you very much. I first and foremost want to thank Meridian for including us in this discussion. And I want to thank all of you for sticking around to the very end to hear this really critical perspective that is a linchpin to all of the conversations we had today around accelerating and growing space. A lot of the themes explored today and the topics, I think, did a really good job at punctuating the fact that this moment in space is different. We all know that. And one of the ways that I like to think about it is they really underline these structural shifts. So these shifts that are redefining the way that we think about space and the way that we move within the ecosystem. Another really critical structural shift is the fact that private capital is now a co-architect in developing space capabilities and sovereign space capabilities. And what this does naturally is it introduces this mismatch and this tension. So there is this tension between capital availability and infrastructure readiness. Nations want sovereignty, investors want bankable structures. We all want a growing and thriving space economy. And really closing this gap is a critical, and I would say one of the most critical challenges in meeting this moment in space, and it's also going to be a central theme in a lot of the topics that we explore today. So I want to thank the three of you for joining the discussion because you offer really unique perspectives to this conversation. I want to structure the conversation today in 3 parts. So the first part is really going to talk about establishing the stakes. So level setting, what are we actually talking about here? I then want to go into structures that actually work. So how can we make space bankable? And then last, round it out with a conversation that all of us love around risk, control, and geopolitics. So let's dive in the 30 minutes that we have together. So as a scene setter, I think it's pretty clear that the question is no longer around if private capital will become part of space. It is already here. Now the question is around when private capital comes into space, at what cost? And who controls the underlying infrastructure, either nationally or globally. And I think the conversation of private capital in this conversation in some ways obscures what sovereignty means, because then that by definition means ownership. And so opening it up to any of you that want to start, my first question is, what does a nation actually need to control in order to claim that it has sovereign space capabilities? And how is investment shaping these strategies beyond the current utility of space that we think about, like satellites and launch systems and others? So open to anyone who wants to start.
Yeah, sure. Why don't I go first? Thank you. Thank you for that. I think in terms of control, you used the word there mainly about sovereignty means ownership, and we really try as hard as we can to educate most of the government and sovereign customers that we speak to that ownership is not what you need to control. Control and ownership are not necessarily the same thing, and this is not something that hasn't been solved already. There are a lot of public-private partnerships that work around the world. We've made many investments in energy parks and helicopters and aviation assets where you can provide a distinction between ownership and control. For us, sovereignty is about really the security of the asset and the capability of the asset, which is, do you have control over what that asset does? Do you have control over what the asset produces? And then do you have control over, in this case, the digital data, right, the data flows? And those are all things that we think we need to educate the ecosystem about, to say, don't think of sovereignty as ownership, think of sovereignty as control, because they are two things. But it is very hard to escape from that, because it's quite hard to talk to politicians who really want ownership, because that's what grabs headlines, that's what they want to show to the public. So we have thought through that as well, and there are ways to solve for that. There are ways to give synthetic ownership, if I can call it that, but there are ways to address optics without undermining private capital. But it takes nuance, it takes detail, and it takes a lot of effort for everybody at the table to be willing and cooperative to find that solution. Often the issue is that the people at the table come with a preconceived idea of what they want, and they've just designed a capability and a need and say, okay, deliver me this. And then once you give them the cost of delivering that, they then realize, okay, we need to rethink. So more collaboration is needed to solve this.
Just one thing I would add to that, just around like the different procurement models, and Praveen mentioned, public-private partnerships, and it's a model that we've seen used all around the world and here in the US to deliver various critical infrastructure projects. There are ways of actually structuring these to, I guess I should take a step back, I guess. The kind of, issue around bringing private capital is, are you relinquishing control and ownership of the asset? And there's ways to kind of structure around that. So, a typical kind of procurement method that we use for PPPs, as we call them, is like the design, build, finance, own, operate and maintain. So you're passing all those responsibilities to the private sector. There are ways and other structures, so we could just do like the design, build and finance, and the off-taker or the counterparty can retain the responsibility for operating and maintaining the assets. So there are like different models to suit different situations as well.
And I think for me, so I mean, as you said, it's clear that it's the sort of control of a capability that is sovereign. But what that means technically, I think, has sort of changed and evolved and continues to evolve. There's been a shift now recently from interdependency to independency. We see that there's much more investment to build up this capability, and it's sort of also keeping it closer to the specific nation. So we see this implication on the supply chain, for instance, that now you often have to be in the nation you serve, because that's how you then, that's now the sort of revised, slightly tighter definition of sovereignty. So we see suppliers moving in either by making acquisitions or JVs or investing in the company. And then we see also some companies or situations where it hasn't really been clear what sovereignty is. So for instance, EQT, which is a private equity company, tried to, or made a deal with Eutelsat to acquire their infrastructure asset, and it looked like with Eutelsat retaining some control of the asset, and it was going to still be headquartered in France, that would be sufficient. But then a few months back, the French government then blocked that. So I think you can sort of get what it means overall, but exactly what it needs to meet that requirement is not entirely clear yet.
Yeah, well, what I think is so fascinating about all this is it's not just blending the ecosystems to move forward, right? What we're really talking about are like these cultural shifts of the way that these industries have historically done business. And I think the concept of control is interesting because in the space world, I think control for some companies or governments is seen as a necessity. It's just because the way we've always engaged in space systems are risky and expensive, right? So Frederick, I want to stay with you for a second, but when you look at these blending of ecosystems and these cultural considerations, what are some characteristics that governments and companies should think about when looking at these large-scale infrastructure plays?
Yeah, I mean, I think the first thing is really for the government to have a very clear strategy of what they need. That might sound obvious, but I think that's not always the case. I think this starts with what you have today. What are the capability gaps that you identify today, and therefore what you need to do to close those gaps. And in that, being quite open with what the solutions are rather than what the products potentially are, but what is it that you actually need and what capabilities you have. Being quite open around what technology solutions could be the most appropriate, being quite open about what financing solutions would be the most appropriate. I mean, one thing that often comes up is now with the LEO, and everyone wants their LEO constellation, but for most countries, you might not actually need that. So it's latency, which is then the key criteria, but what are the use cases for latency, and could you, from a budget perspective, I mean, is that something that you could actually support from a budget perspective? So I think starting with the strategy, an unbiased view of what you actually need and what you can afford, and then move into more then around the products and how you structure that. And then you can also go into then how you're going to source it and what the different models are, whether it's you contract as a service, or whether there's some assets then where you do asset-backed financing and so forth. But really starting with the strategic alignment, I think, is key, and something that some countries could do much better.
And I imagine for some countries that are maybe not as advanced, the strategic alignment is easier, right? Because they can then align their priorities from the beginning. Because one of the things that I've observed, which is really interesting, is so we know that there's these kind of like two worlds emerging within space, where government budgets have grown, systems are trying to expand to meet the moment in terms of regulatory frameworks, but the commercial acceleration of capabilities and just the utility of space is just exploding, right? And these are on two different cycles. And Caitlin, I'm coming over to you for this one. because it's a really interesting dichotomy in terms of how you do that alignment, and Macquarie has done a really good job of designing these like regulated, asset-backed plays. And so I'm curious from your perspective, what makes a sovereign space system or these space-adjacent capabilities growth equity ready? And are there certain things that, like signals that you look at in terms of scalability and commercial traction and other alignment that would be interesting to you?
Yeah, for sure, and thank you. And just to give a little bit of background to my role at Macquarie, so my role is to bring capital and expertise to assets and projects and essentially grow and scale them into infrastructure platforms. So when we look at different investment opportunities, we obviously look at a number of different things to consider whether they're growth equity ready. I think first and foremost, and as we said, it's fairly obvious, but just ensuring that there's alignment with the strategic objectives of the government or the procuring agency, because that just gives some real comfort over the robustness of demand for the asset, and also can kind of defray the risk around the revenue profile and that kind of thing. In terms of other items, it's can we grow and scale this business in a capital efficient manner? Can we, when we scale, is there sufficient kind of, addressable market or demand to absorb that scale? Secondly is around technology risk. Infrastructure investors, it's very difficult for us to finance, technology risk. So ensuring that the asset is de-risked from that perspective. Just around, de-risking the revenue profile and, looking at the level of contracted revenue and offtake just to get comfort around that. And if there's not a level of contracted revenue, like is the demand inelastic enough that it's, predictable and you're able to kind of underwrite it? Other things obviously around, regulation, like do we have all the necessary licenses, et cetera, to operate? And then also just from like the competitive standpoint, like does the asset kind of operate within a highly competitive environment, or are there kind of like high barriers to entry that we typically look for? And one last thing, just around operational complexity, like is there operational complexity in the asset, and if so, can we manage it and mitigate it sufficiently? And that's where kind of like the expertise of management teams and all that kind of can come into place. So, it's something that we consider. Just in terms of, some real life examples. So from like an infrastructure investment perspective, we're seeing a lot of opportunity now in the ground segment. We see a lot of demand, not just from government customers, but also from commercial customers to get comfort over that profile. And, it's an asset and a project that's scalable, both from an organic and an inorganic perspective. Around, like launch and, other kind of industrial capacity applications, it's very interesting from an infrastructure perspective, but I think that's kind of one area where we'd need to see kind of a level of contracted demand or contracted revenue just to get comfortable with the revenue profile of those for now.
Yeah. It's a big problem that I've seen emerge in a lot of these nascent markets, because what you were explaining, there were a lot of these divergent data points that paint a large picture. Some of them are quantifiable, some of them are qualifiable, that we know are going to happen, but you don't have these definitive things you can point to. And so it is a difficult challenge, and Praveen, I'm coming to you to bring you into this, because I know that you've looked at a lot of these deals in terms of like how can you unlock new capital and potentially infuse confidence in some of these areas. And so can you talk through some of these models like sale leaseback and capacity as a service that could engender that kind of confidence to allow for these infrastructure plays and these nascent markets to grow?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. I think maybe I'll talk about a few different ways we've tried to do this. So to connect the thread from the earlier points that Caitlin and Fredrickson made, the public-private partnership model that we have is very much around the partnership between the underlying end user. So one of the examples is the UK Ministry of Defence for decades had to provide the search and rescue capability around the shores of the UK for all the marine activity. And they realized that that's a huge drain on their budgets and capabilities and resources, and they decided to privatize the entire enterprise, but they still wanted to make sure that the deliverability was still in their control. And the way they did that was they put it out to tender, they allowed people to bid, and the operators in turn then were able to provide a service. They were able to fly the helicopters, they were able to do the rescue, but they now had this huge capex that they had to do to commit. And ultimately, if you fast forward 20 years, now that they've done 2 cycles of this, you have a very, very efficient mode of funding, perhaps almost as efficient as you would have when you're looking at, sorry, I don't know if it's gotten too loud, but when it's as efficient as you would have done if you'd just done government bonds and done the funding directly through the UK government. So that is what you want to try and unlock, which is you want to create a structure where the underlying capability and action is still the same, but the end result is a more efficient capital flow and the more efficient use of the capital. And the structure there was really for us to acquire the helicopters, lease it to the operator, knowing that there's an underlying contract, which is really with the UK MOD ultimately. So that helps us price it as if it is UK sovereign risk. But from the UK sovereign perspective, they're not actually liable for the contracts that they've written. But in addition to that, what we've done is actually, what they have step-in rights, which means now that they've created the public-private partnership model, they've given the operations to a third party, they're not at their mercy if something does happen. They actually have access to the critical infrastructure and the resource that you need to continue the operations, because if something happens with the operator, you never want to stop saving people that are in distress in the sea. So that is kind of the way we've done it. And we've taken lessons from helicopters, from other industries, and we've said, okay, what can we do in the space ecosystem? And a lot of the same themes follow. It's, okay, here is and I think to the earlier point, there's also a distinction between national security and sovereignty. So depending on the use case and payload, if you're talking about SATCOM and you want sovereignty because you want to demonstrate that you have control over the capability, because you don't want somebody turning off broadband capacity for citizens in remote areas, then that's a different sovereignty need. And you can do that through control and contracts and public-private partnership models. But if you're thinking about national security and you want surveillance of your shoreline and your borders to protect your borders, then that maybe is not just about control. You probably also want to think about ownership. And there, you want to make sure you do have access to the asset or some kind of step-in rights. And finally, I'll talk about what we also mentioned on the EQT Eutelsat trade. There is, ultimately, that was the national security sort of part of the government saying no. It wasn't competition markets. It wasn't, issue of FDI. It was an EU country, right? It was it was a US structure, but the argument was about national security, and this is where I think Caitlin and her team at Macquarie and what we've done at SLI, there are many ways to structure these transactions where you don't have to get into the data flows of the secure data, where you don't have to take control of the buildings and the secure perimeters and the fiber optic cable leading up to it. You can free up the capital, structure the deal in such a way where all of the efficiencies are there while leaving the most critical components in control of the people and in ownership of the groups that want to maintain the control. Does that all make sense?
It does, and I want to pull on a couple of pieces for that. So I think what was interesting about you talking about, national security and sovereignty, and then we all know that you can't have a conversation about any engagement in space without commercial and return and development being a core component of it. And I think it's an interesting concept because it does shape how these partnerships are growing, and a lot of these geopolitical concerns and a lot of the practical applications of what you're talking about. So when we look at partnerships and just how they are restructuring globally, this space economy acceleration is doing it in very interesting ways. So we've seen across the globe, partnerships are starting to form more for alliance-based capabilities, right? So strategic alliance in that way. But it's also more based on alignment and not on price a lot of times because of what it signals for these large infrastructure plays in space. From a practical stance, from an investor stance, you know, when we talk about partnerships, and I'm going to say this inflammatorily for a reason, we were told to invite tension, but you know, what do these genuine partnerships look like in terms of control that are not just like dependency rebranded? So when you have investment as now part of the conversation, how does the government then view that when it does wade into the national security space where they may need to take back control of assets for needs? Frederick, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So talking about sort of risk sharing and so forth. So I think, I mean, the way we look at it, so you either can sort of manage a risk or you have to somewhat price it. And so we are a satellite and payload manufacturer, and there's certain risks, therefore, that we are sort of happy to accept, whether it's a technical risk around developing a new payload, whether it's the execution risk of delivering on time, and also being accountable for cost and taking a fixed price and so forth. Those are the risks we can control and therefore should accept. I think where it gets more difficult is this more sort of regulatory risks, which are very difficult for us to manage, whether it's around tariff, taxes, sanctions or export controls and so forth. So that I think that sort of will sit with the governments in a way, because if we had to price that in, it would just be too expensive. So we need to then protect ourselves through how we enter the contractual structures around that. And I think this is sort of why the governments, what they should focus on is to try to make those rules and guidelines as transparent, as clear as possible. Which is, of course, difficult when you have a very evolving market at the moment and so forth, but at least making it as transparent and clear to us manufacturers, and that would potentially allow us to also take on some of those risks, but otherwise it would be very difficult to take on risks that we can't effectively manage.
So, especially in public-private partnerships, like risk allocation is a huge part of structuring these projects and transactions. And just to echo Frederick's comments, like the most efficient way to manage that is just allocating the risk to the party that's most able to manage that risk. And, you know, typically for, you know, developers and operators, as Frederick mentioned, it's very difficult for us to manage, you know, external regulatory risk or, you know, political risk and that kind of thing. So typically, you know, we'd build into the contract, you know, specific relief regimes if, you know, for example, a change of law happened that, you know, materially impacted the project's ability to operate. And that's kind of how we would manage and mitigate that risk and, you know, be able to make that asset financeable. I guess the flip side of that is, you know, you're transferring a lot of other risks to the private sector that, you know, around deliverability and, you know, financing and all that kind of thing. So there is, you know, having a balanced risk sharing mechanism is really important.
Maybe if I can then give a couple of examples of opportunities we're pursuing to try and think about this. Hopefully I'm answering the question you're asking and not what I want to talk about. But let's say one example is it's a small geo, it's suitable for a small state operation which includes all of their needs, but mainly around SATCOM. And they ideally want to have this as a sovereign system. They want to build out the whole capability. They want knowledge transfer. They want IP. They want the optics. They want the big branding. If they then went out to price out the entire capex for that and committed to that upfront, then maybe it becomes prohibitive or inefficient. And there, what we can do is say, okay, we preserve all the optics. We preserve all of the ground part of this. We build the antennas and the ground infrastructure, or maybe the sovereign state actually builds all of the ground elements of it, and maybe the manufacturer works with them on the knowledge transfer and the IP and training local people to sort of develop the space economy in the country. But the satellite itself that's in orbit is the thing that we can then use as the way to like do the risk sharing, where we say, okay, we make that available as a capacity to you for the contract, but if there isn't a performance, we know that we can move the satellite and use it somewhere else. So that's kind of the way you could separate the risk and say, okay, to Caitlin's point, they take the risk that they really want and can take, and then we can bring in efficiencies and efficient capital for the portions that can be more sort of transferable. If you switched it to another opportunity, let's say a LEO constellation that's doing Earth observation, it's because of the way the constellation is working, it really doesn't make sense for any one country to say, I want to have 100% of this capacity, because it's not flying over your jurisdiction 100% of the time. So what they really want is to ensure that the data flows from any images captured over their territory goes to them. The rest of it, they really don't care. So that can be another way to separate the risk sharing. And fortunately, we live in a world where you can build firewalls within hardware and software to protect for all of that. And then it becomes a question around cybersecurity and encryption, and that's ways to solve these things.
Have you all found that generally in practice, people are amenable to that because they realize it's the way it has to be?
No. We've spent 3 years educating dozens, if not 100 people, and maybe 5 of them have got it. Yeah. It takes time.
It takes a lot of time because this shared risk responsibility, but even just the ecosystems have such different risk ethos in terms of how they look at problems that I think it's an evolution for all of us across the ecosystem. So my last question to you, and you teed it up perfectly about this education component, if each of you had one thing that you could change in the government's way of thinking about risk and shared infrastructure and sort of these sovereign capability financial structures, what would it be? And Praveen, let's start with you.
Sure. I think having tried to do this for firefighting for many, many years, it's simply to include leasing into their core RFP. If they can start doing that, I think the number of structures that become available where you're not forced to bid to their limited contract.
I think for me, it's around being open to different procurement methods and, different ways of delivering assets. Like one thing we've found really effective is what we call a pre-development agreement. So we would enter into an agreement and essentially jointly develop the project together. So it's a really good way to for a government to be involved in structuring and assigning these risks and ensuring that they can retain control of the certain things that they're worried about. So it's just a really effective way of delivering assets and making sure that everyone's aligned.
Yeah, and for me, not saying necessarily changing, but I think what is really important is that then in this procurement that governments keep create a competitive open playing field where new companies and like ourselves can come in with new disruptive technology, and that's being assessed for the value it brings. And then also being open to new financing models and so forth, so that we get this trade-off correctly between the need for control, but then also encouraging new technologies, new models, and new ways of contracting, and avoiding sort of bias and inertia against some of these established national companies that have been serving for the last 20 years, but really open up to create a more level playing field.
Well, I want to thank each of you for your perspectives, because, in my opinion, we're at a place within the space economy where this is all inevitable. We have to close these business cases for accelerating growth, and this is the only pathway, and it's going to be clunky, but it's going to get easier. So again, to Meridian, thanks for including this in part of the conversation, because it's really how we accelerate forward. So thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you to all the panelists.
You know, at Meridian, we have this concept of open diplomacy, the idea that it can't just be government that advances the needs of a nation. And that's why we have conversations early around defense and the important role that defense plays when it comes to diplomacy. That's why we bring in the capital partners in to this conversation on policy and international affairs. The capital partners are often not part of the conversation, and yet they are playing such an increasing role in international space cooperation. And so thank you for helping round this out today. We also do some training here for students when it comes to diplomacy, and we will sometimes have diplomats come in from the UN, and they will tell the students, you know, diplomacy often happens outside of the formal part of the program. And so the formal part of the program has happened, but now it's time for the diplomacy to happen. And so for those of you joining online, you'll figure that out in your own homes, but for those of you who are here, we welcome you to join us for a cocktail reception. But thank you again, and actually just one more thing, I want to thank all of our corporate partners and our sponsors and our other partners for being here today. That includes Axiom Space, the Aerospace Corporation, Boeing, SES, SLI, and the Exploration Company. And with that, let's go get some drinks.